fine.
Do you have enough space? It's tight.
Yeah, it's fine. Hey, 3.5. Yeah, I know.
I had to put myself on the floor.
Yeah,
Madam Mayor, the mic's
we've already had people thanking me, and I was like, all I did was put some money in.
First, I want to begin by saying thank you to everyone that decided to join us this afternoon for this special meeting regarding the city's finances and some other items that were placed on this agenda. We'll begin with a roll call.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelt.
And I would like to ask the city attorney a question. I know she's getting settled. We typically have prayer at our meetings, and since it's not on the agenda, is it proper for me just to ask for a moment of silence? Everybody bow their heads for a couple of 30 seconds for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. I do have one announcement to make. One of the guests that we are expecting tonight, the auditing firm for the FY15 CAFR, Cherry Beckart, as far as I know, they will not be in attendance this afternoon. We got a notification this afternoon due to a personal circumstance. So I will also ask that you keep that auditing firm in prayer because they actually have a serious matter that they're dealing with. We'd like to move on to the first item on the agenda, but before we do that, I just want council to be on the same page in regards to how we're going to do the meeting tonight. We have a lot of serious subjects that we're going to be discussing, and we want to make sure that everyone is in accordance to the rules. So just to reiterate, we have been changing our rules for the past couple of months to make it more streamlined, more efficient, effective. We have approved many rules, and I'll just ask for a second. Can we have IT to come up for one moment to help with this microphone if anyone from IT is in the audience? If not, so. I'm fine. You good? You need to fix it? Okay. Our rules about how conversations can be held during the meetings. I'll ask the city attorney, she doesn't mind, just to briefly go over in terms of the time limits counselors have to speak, when they're able to be called upon, and how that flow goes in terms of progression.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Relative to the processes that you've adopted as under your city council rules, we start with the fact that questions are not presented during presentation items. So those matters that you have on your agenda, which will precipitate a presentation, your rule, and that's Rule 203 rules, reads that questions are not permitted after the presentation has concluded. Each counselor will have up to 10 minutes to speak to the matter presented upon. That 10 minutes can be allocated for discussions before a motion and discussions or debate that follow a motion that has been properly seconded. I would note that relative to any debate that occurs after a motion has been seconded, your other rules governing the timing or the sequence of a counselor's statement will then apply. I think that's the general sort of gist of all of the limitations on discussion. If you want to go into some further rules or discussions related to your rules, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, and if anyone needs to speak, please be reminded to touch your light and be called on first. If there's any points of order, they must be asked of the mayor or through the mayor to be addressed. I do have a light from Councilor Randolph and a light from the city clerk.
Me first? I would like to propose that since the CAFRAs for 15, 16, and 17 are being discussed tonight, and since they are such serious subjects, that we potentially waive the rules for our 10-minute limit, because if we're going to have 10 minutes per each CAFRA, that's, questions may come up that predicate additional questions that then we would not be able to answer. I think that to have full-blown discussion and ability to ask as many questions as we can without it getting too redundant would be, in my estimation, appropriate for such a subject that has been outstanding for so long, that we've been waiting for answers for so long.
Thank you for that. Before I call on the city clerk, I just want to ask the city attorney to respond to that, just for clarity, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Each member of council has 10 minutes to speak on any particular subject. That does not count the time that staff or the person presenting when they're responding. So your total time does not include that. Is that correct, or can you please elaborate?
That is correct, Madam Mayor. So the 10-minute limitation goes to the counselor's words and not the response that is given as a result of that. So in theory, you have potentially 10 times 7 per CAFR and whatever the response is. But I understand the motion, and the motion is still, appropriate under those circumstances.
Absolutely.
But
So-
the 10-minute limitation is also limited by 3 times to speak. It's either 3 times or 10 minutes, whichever comes first.
Correct, so you're asking
So
to
I'm
waive
looking-
both parts.
Yes, I'm looking to see if we can have the ability to somehow change that or waive those rules for tonight, in case we have a lot more questions that come up, since this is our first major discussion of these 3 CAFRAs.
Okay. The clerk has her light on, and then Councilor Pelham.
Actually, I was seeking clarification as for how I should be doing the time, because the information that we received says that the 10 minutes is inclusive of before and after the motion. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
As it stands now, but there is a motion on the floor, but yes, you're correct.
That was my second question.
I didn't hear her say
Councilor
she
Randolph,
moved.
was
She
your
asked the
proposal
question.
a motion? It was just a proposal.
Clarity,
Can I make a motion?
trying to get clarity from the city attorney, trying to put something out, and then hearing what everybody else says, and then I'll make a motion.
Okay. Councilor Pelham?
In conjunction with what Councilor Randolph said, apologize, lost my voice, but some people should be happy, I'm sure. But if I will, I'll just go ahead and make the motion to suspend the application of the rule, of the 10-minute rule, based on what our attorney sent us today. I believe we can do that. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can move to suspend Rule 203, which is the specific rule that governs the time limits, and it will pass on a 2/3 vote, not a majority vote.
Right. Well,
second it.
thank you.
Is there any other discussion? I'll have one thing to add to this. I'm in support of this as well. As you know, I've been wanting to have this meeting for a long time. The only thing I want us to be cognizant of, since it's a special meeting, we have a certain time limit for the meeting in our rules. So if we're gonna make comments unlimited, then we need to also be aware that we will run out of time if we don't extend the meeting deadline. Cause that could be a catch-22. We can talk and talk and talk on one item and not get to the meat of the meeting.
And we also can, if we don't get finished maybe by 10, we also can
The
post.
meeting ends before 10.
With 9:30, we can always, it's other days in the week that we can continue, because it's something that has to be done. And, we only have one meeting next month as well, so I would offer that as an alternative.
So you don't want to extend the meeting time, you wanna leave it as 9:30, and then if we run out of time, we'll just address it at the next meeting?
Well, I would like to pass this rule first before we talk about extensions, because that's always a debatable,
Okay.
concept.
No
So
one else
my
has their
motion-
lights on. Is there any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. There are no lights, so I'll presume that the meeting will end at 9:30 unless council makes a motion to extend it. We'll move on to the first item on the agenda, unfinished business, UB1, modification of existing construction contract. Mr. City Manager or your designee?
Mr. Anderson is here to present the request.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council. We're seeking a change order of 25% of the, to exceed 25% of the existing contract. The contract was issued in fiscal year 18, and we executed the first project in fiscal year 19. And during the execution phase of the project, which was the culvert repair and extension along Winston Churchill Drive, we encountered unknown site conditions and other issues where we had to address them at the site with the contractor. As a result of that, our contract overran by $77,686.90. We had enough money in the existing contract to address that at the time. However, we don't have enough money currently in the contract to execute the second project. So that's what we're seeking tonight. Both of these projects are revenue sharing, so they have a match. Even though we have an increase, we have other projects that have surplus where we can pull that money into this project and have the full 50% match with VDOT. So we're seeking the $77,686.90, which again is the overrun of the first project. We want to apply that to the second project, which is the industrial street, turn lane, and circle improvements. We are not seeking any additional funding. We have the money in our capital for FY20. We're only seeking this as a procurement step. Our procurement ordinance requires that if we do go above the 25%, we have to come to council. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. There are no lights at this time. This item on the agenda has a spot for action. Would anyone like to make a motion on this particular subject at this time?
Where would they be getting their funds through their surplus, Mr. City Manager?
We have funds with some of our other revenue sharing projects that we'll be able to bring in to use to make up those funds. What we're really seeking this evening is just the authority to exceed the contract amount by the 25%, which our procurement orders requires of council to action to do in order to issue the change order.
So what we're allowed to do within our programmatic administration agreement with VDOT is if projects have a deficit or a surplus, we can move the money around as long as both projects are active. So we have several projects spanning over fiscal years. This time we have about 3 different fiscal years that we're working on, which is when the project was started, and we can move the money around. So we do have a few projects that were awarded last year that do have some surplus funding that we can move into this one. That's so that we get our match. The $77,686, we already have those funds in our FY20 budget. And again, this was our #1 identified project under the 5-year capital plan. So we have the seed money to go ahead right now with this endorsement tonight. The revenue sharing part is where we would bring those surplus funds in to get the match from VDOT.
Councilor Pelham, you had your light on?
I was just gonna make the motion, that we approve the 25% increase to offset the additional unexpected work for this particular project.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? There are no lights. I do have one question for you. I understand that you said that you can move money around between projects and fiscal years. So this is a 25% increase to offset. At some point, isn't the 25% need to be replenished in general, or are you going to keep using the match or the seed money to keep offsetting?
Yeah, so the 77,000, the way we did our capital request this year, as you know, we had a 5-year plan. This was our number one project. So yes, the 77,000 is coming out of our allotment. But what we're gonna do is, as we get those reimbursements, we come to you every fiscal year and ask that those reimbursements get rolled back into the capital program, and it'll go back into future projects. So essentially what we're doing is, in order to get this project going, which is shovel ready, we're borrowing 77,000 from the next project. That you know, it's certainly not a small figure, but that amount, based on the kind of projects that we do, we'll be able to still move our program along, and we'll catch that with reimbursements. So essentially, the 77 will be around 36,000 coming back to the city once we complete the project.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. So, but essentially, this is over, what you're spending is over the budgeted amount. So you're just using money from one project to fund this and keep it going.
That's correct.
But at some point, you're still over budget with the project. So
Yes.
it's an additional $36,000 that we have to contribute to this. It's some, in a general sense, even though you're taking money from one project and moving it over to this one, there's still a $36,000 increase, correct?
That's correct.
So where is that increase gonna be caught up at?
It's going to be taken from future projects. So we have about 9 projects in queue right now. So to get this one done, we're taking 77 off the bottom, moving it to the top to get this project going. And the 9th project will just start a little bit later than it would have. We're not seeking any additional funding.
I get what you're saying, but I'll just follow up on this because it's, even though you're moving money, it still is over what you budgeted for.
That's
So those
correct.
other projects have a budgeted amount. So either they're gonna come in under budget, or either there's gonna be a need to essentially put back the 36,000 that you're taking from this project. And I get you're just moving it from one year to one year to keep the projects going, but unless the other projects come in under budget, it's still always gonna have the $36,000 increase.
Yeah, and we won't know that this year because the projects that we already have for this year and even next year are already programmed and
Okay.
designed and everything. So we may know that 2 years from now.
Okay. I saw other lights.
I did,
Councilor Pelham?
question, this is not gonna take away from neighborhood for anything, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
That would change my vote.
Are there any lights for discussion? Vice Mayor Bennett?
I just wanted some clarity. So, you know, with construction, you know, there's not ever a set amount, even though you budget for it. There's always gonna be some unforeseen issues that come up with construction. We don't know until you dig into the ground. So, with that being said, I just wanted to ask you, I know you said they're coming from other projects for future projects, correct?
Yeah, so the way we run the VDOT revenue sharing program is each year we get a certain amount of money in the capital. And the capital project in Munis is called VDOT revenue sharing match. And we have our list of projects that are endorsed by council. We just go through that list. So yes, I've never done a project that didn't have a change order, either positive or negative. You're always gonna have changes. But yeah, we don't know that today. All that we know today is that during the first project of this 2-project contract, it went over by this amount. So, the project we're getting ready to go into may not need the full 77, but we're just seeking that to have that in hand in case we need it. Most projects, the 25%, there's been a lot of studies done, and the reason why that's in the VPPA, and City of Hopewell also endorsed that. Most projects, you can expect to have overruns of plus or minus 25%. So yeah, there's always changes, and sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative. In this case, we had a lot of underground issues that we couldn't see at the time that we had to address while we were there. And the contractor has been gracious enough to, we were supposed to go right into this second project, but we, ran out of money, and we were gonna exceed this threshold, so we didn't start the second project until we got this endorsement.
Any other discussion? There are no lights, thank you again.
So
motion on the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you roll call, please?
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next item on the agenda is unfinished business item UB2. Vote to approve the proposed community development block grant CDBG fund for fiscal year 19-20 budget. Mr. City Manager, I know we have a guest in the audience. Is he presenting or you?
Well, I know that, excuse me, the council's CDBG committee met yesterday. I think there was probably a lively discussion about the appropriation of funds. My understanding is I'm not sure that there was complete resolution on that item, but if you'd like to come to the podium, were you at the meeting last night? Could you? As council knows, we receive an allocation each year from HUD as an entitlement community. And we have to divide those funds among 3 program areas. So I'm not sure what the council committee's discussion was last night as to a resolution to move forward with the CDBG budget for FY 19-20.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, the CDGB committee did meet last evening. It was in response to the previous meeting where staff recommended an appropriation for the funding to be used in an allocation. Since this is the 5th year of this particular 5-year consolidated plan cycle, we recommended a balanced budget to the public service projects of $4,079. Following the first CDGB committee, there was a change recommended and made to reduce 2 public service agencies by approximately $2,000 and increase that to 2 other from the $4,079. That was discussed last night, very lively, as the manager said, and it was forwarded the recommendation to go with the last known amounts on the table for this, where not all of the agencies would be receiving $4,079, but CARES and Healthy Families would go up to $6,117, and Community Commonwealth Catholic Charities and Story would go down to about $2,112 or something like that. I've got it right here.
It's on the screen now.
It would go down to $2,041 for those 2, and that would keep us with our cap of 20 or 15% of our total allocation. So that was the recommendation made by the CDGB committee last evening. Have any questions?
I see a light from Counselor Pelham, and I saw another light. Did you have your light? Okay. Counselor Pelham and Counselor Randolph.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that all the projects receive the $4,079 except for Catholic Charities. Reduce that by half and give their half back to the additional half to healthy families in the community. Everybody else, $4,079.
Is that a motion? You have a
That's the
floor.
motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
Could I get that clarified, please? Did you say just Catholic
Yes,
Charities
change it.
and Healthy Families?
Yes.
No, that's not what she said. She
No,
said
Catholic Charities and, I'm sorry.
no, she
The
said to
only
reduce.
change would be reducing Catholic Charities amount in half, and that half would go to Healthy Families in Hopewell.
Okay. So we're eliminating the change. I'm doing this for clarity
Bring back
purposes.
storage to its wholeness of $4,079.
I would say, excuse me. Let's just get the clarification with council first. If there's a question,
Yeah,
we'll
okay.
call on you, but let's council
Okay.
debate this. Counselor Randolph?
Well, first,
You-
it died,
No
so
one got a second. You didn't get a second. Councilor
What
Randolph.
did you just say to her?
I said she didn't get a second.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we go with the original staff proposed funding for CDBG funds, with it being equal amongst all recipients.
Second it.
Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Okay, Vice Mayor Bennett?
What's the reason you would, Counselor Pelham, what's the reason you would like to split?
Because I think Catholic Church, Healthy Families is a local, charity, a 501(c). Catholic Charities, is a very large foundation or nonprofit that obtains money from the federal government as well as a bunch of entities. They, out of the monies that we gave them last year, they sustained 2 of our families. And my thing is, with all the money that they received, they should have gone to me and supported even more than 2 of our families. Just don't use my money. You also have an extension of monies that you could have used to even further supported the Hopewell community. So if we just gonna give money dollar to dollar and they only support our constituents based on those dollars, we can do that ourselves and fund it out to social services, someone else, whoever's manning that type of project that they do. So I don't think that they should have the top amount and encourage them to utilize funding that they get universal from, especially the federal dollars that we also pay through federal taxes that our citizens pay too. But just to fund exactly what we give to you, I don't think they should have the entire amount.
Vice Mayor Bennett still has the floor. Are you finished?
I guess when you say families, I mean, how many families have they,
2.
how many families have you serviced?
2, ma'am. It averages about $600 for 3 months to get the people in permanent supportive housing. When you multiply that out for the 2, it covers over the amount that we have recommended for them. They receive $173,000 in a non-entitlement community grant through the Department of Housing and Community Development, and those funds are for the entire Tri-City region. Right now, they have a wait list of about 10 people across the board, and they will minimally serve 2 people from this community. These are for people that are chronically homeless. They walk in basically with the clothes on their back, and it takes money to find them because they got an outreach program to go find them off the street and get the mental health and mental assistance. Most of them have co-occurring disorders when they arrive. And they have nothing to put down for a security deposit. They have no income, and they can only pay up to 30% of their income, which many of them, which if they're on SSIS, the disability program, that's about $500 to $600 a month. They can only pay 30% of that, and therefore this program picks up the rest of the tenant support for the payment. I did the math a few minutes ago, and for 2 people to be occupied for 3 months and a security deposit, they end up, it's well over $5,000.
Thank you. Moving forward, I would like to ask if we could get these reports.
We already did last night.
We did?
Yep.
Well, I don't get off till 5:30, so fortunately, the meeting started at 5.
We actually asked for the reports at our last
Last year.
council meeting, yes. And then when we asked for CDBG, asked for reports for all outside agencies, not just CDBG, but also in the city's budget. So we're still waiting for those reports. Do you have them?
You do, you have.
You can
Because
give them
I
to us.
also was- You guys probably were en route to the meeting, but he did forward, you were.
I'm not on
The
CDBG, so
request
I'm
last night
sorry.
was specifically for Story.
Right, and so we forwarded that to council today, so all of you should have gotten that report. And he is going to be forwarding all the rest of them, and I will
And just to reiterate, the outstanding ask was also for all outside agencies in our budget. So I'll ask the city attorney follow up with the clerk to make sure you got them from the necessary departments. And that's for all outside agencies in our budget is what we asked for, not just
Deadlines.
CDBG. So the deadline, thank you for asking for a deadline, next council meeting, August 20th. We've already, to have them given to council, because it's already outstanding requests. Thank you for saying that.
By the 20th of twentieth of August.
Yes, sir.
So
But
this
it's just
should-
not you, it's everyone.
So it should come out to each entity as an email? How are we going to inform the entities?
We will send them, I'll have to get with the city manager and get the contact information, and we will send an email and make some phone calls to ensure that you guys have the information you're requesting.
We will compile it into one report for all the agencies that we support.
Thank you.
Councilor Randolph, you had your light?
To go back to the CDBG funding for these, I understand where Ms. Pelham is coming from. However, my understanding is that most of these nonprofits do get federal funding in some form or fashion across the board, and that I trust that Ms. Griffin and her staff, who manage this program for the city, look at these. And last night we were told that all of these nonprofits in this process were critical for their piece to allow for the citizens to get the best coverage, and thereby I look at how and what you do on a regular basis to manage this for us and to make those recommendations. So I will still be voting for the recommendation that you all gave us.
Okay.
Are there any other lights for discussion? I don't see any lights. Roll call, please. Can you please restate the motion? I believe it's Councilor Randolph's motion.
The motion was that the original staff proposed funding, to be equal between all of the entities be approved. Is that correct?
Can I?
Is that your motion?
Original staff recommendation.
Yes.
We have a motion on the
Okay.
floor. We have a motion on the floor. Go ahead with your roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway. Yes. Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
motion passes 5-1.
Do you have something else?
To advise council, they're only equal in the public service area.
Right.
The other two for housing assistance is considerably more, but that's what the program's designed for. I
Correct.
just wanted to make sure that we weren't reducing it all to a very low
No,
number.
the motions pertain to what the subject that we were
Right.
talking on tonight, which
I
is
just
that
wanted to
one
be
section.
clear with it, because we do have to get it submitted very soon, so that we don't lose the funding altogether.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank you
being
very much.
here. So you'll have your clarity at the end of this, since it's passed. So CDBG will communicate that, and also Ms. Griffin, please relay that to her as well. You should be able to move forward. Can we please have the, agenda, scroll back to the top, please? We're gonna move on to our next agenda item. If my agenda packet is correct, it should be the CAFRA update for FY 2015, Cherry Beckert, including transmittal files and CFAs, is that correct? I do want to ask the city attorney a point of order question. Earlier today, I sent the email regarding the change in General Assembly law that states that in our agenda packets that we're supposed to, our meetings, we're supposed to announce which CAFRs are outstanding and the reason for those being the case. Since that is current law, should we be doing that right now at our meeting for tonight? I can give you the House Bill section.
I don't have the particulars of your email in front of me, Madam Mayor. I can't recall it from memory, but we should always be in compliance with the law, is sort of the general response to that question. So if we are out of compliance and an action that we can take at this meeting will bring us in compliance, then I would advise us to do that. But again, I don't have the specifics of your email in front of me, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
HB 2077.
Thank you for pulling it up, thank you. It's HB 2077. The law reads, annual local audit requires localities submit their annual audit to the Auditor of Public Accounts. If this audit is not complete as required, the locality shall promptly post a statement on its website declaring the required audit is pending and the reasons for the delay and the estimated time of completion. Such statements shall be posted and made available to the public at the next regular scheduled meeting of the local governing body. The statement shall continue to be posted until the audit is complete. Thank you very much. Since we didn't have this included in this packet, because I don't think we were aware of this law, should we do a verbal report out so we can be compliant?
No. Well,
I mean, the whole point of the meeting is that, but I just want to make sure.
point
I
of
don't
order.
think there's a penalty for over disclosure, so sure.
I would have a point of order, Madam.
You gotta get
Attorney.
permission through me to ask the point of order.
I said, Madam Attorney, point of order.
I'm waiting to see what she says about my point of order first.
Well, I've spoken to it, and unfortunately, I can't pull up my
Well, if
email to get to it. I do need the wireless key to actually get to access my email. But if that's what you've cited is what the requirement is, and we don't have that statement available, then I would say yes, you do the best you can to come into compliance with the regulation as you understand it to exist.
Thank you, and I know IT is watching this. Can you please have Mr. Briggs come back to make sure the city attorney has access to Wi-Fi?
I just sent him the text.
Councilor Pelham, you have a point of order?
Yes, because this is a special meeting, we can't make an amendment to the agenda, so how you propose to do that?
I didn't say to amend the agenda, I said just to verbally report out, so at least we make an attempt to be compliant. Is anyone in objection to that on council? There's no objections. I'll ask the city manager if you would like to do it, or the finance director or staff to do that.
So,
Is Mr. Terry,
I don't know.
is Mr. Terry here?
yes,
I don't see him.
He's present in the council meeting?
yes,
He is present?
yes.
Hiding.
Okay. Oh, he's back there in the corner.
So, we have the statement currently on our webpage, as required by law. The statement reads, City of Hopewell Comprehensive Annual Financial Audit, Annual Financial Report. The City of Hopewell's remediation implementation plan to bring current comprehensive annual fiscal financial reports, CAFR's status update. FY 15-16 CAFR completed October 24, 2018. The FY 16-17 CAFR completed June 10th of 2019. FY 17-18 CAFR ongoing estimated completion 8/31/2019. Delays due to post-implementation process issues and finance department staff turnover and transition.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please have that read into the minutes for the record, so that way we can at least show that we attempted. Thank you. So we're gonna move on to special business item number 1, CAFRA update 2015, Cherry Beckert, to include transmittal files and CFAs. And I'll call on the city manager, since the auditing firm, as I said to begin this meeting, could not be present.
So I'm under the assumption that when Cherry Beckert completed the FY 15 CAFR, they presented their findings to council. Is that correct? I wasn't here at that time, so
We received, to my knowledge, we received the CAFR, which is included in council's packet, and we have, I think, 2 or 3 presentations from them. However, today, and when he said that he would not be present for this afternoon, he submitted some additional documents, and I've asked for those to be provided to council, because I know we can't do at the meeting. So they'll be in your mailboxes. There's 2 documents in his email that I've never seen before that I can recollect in terms of some other auditing observations. And so council will be getting those.
Actually, they should.
You should have received them already?
Yes.
Thank you. But to answer your question, the audit itself, the audit book that was presented online is what was presented to council. Any other additional documentation, I don't wanna go on record saying we got it in advance.
How did we receive those? How did we get, are they in
They
this?
should have been separate on the dais.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, thanks.
So let's just proceed with the assumption that we got the audit and not the supporting documentation.
Okay. So, I guess I would ask, since Ms. Pelham called a special meeting, what her expectation is to discuss the 15 audit. I thought, one, that Cherry Beckert would be here to present. I'm not sure, I'm the appropriate person to present Cherry Beckert's audit findings, because that's their audit. So if there are questions regarding the 15 audit, we can look at those, or we do have representatives from PB mayors in the audience. We'd like to go ahead and have them do the 16-17 audit presentation.
Well, my biggest question is, in all three audits, there are three common threads that each auditor has submitted. And one is the lack of technical critical mass to analyze transactions.
Excuse me, can the audience hear her speaking?
Okay, is that better?
Everybody needs to talk louder? Okay.
One of the concerns is that the finance department lacks the technical critical mass to analyze transactions effectively, efficiently, and compliant, based on CAFR in accordance with GAAP. Another theme was throughout three audits included the reconciliation of the city's cash balances with our financial institutions. As ledgers posted and otherwise. And was another one. But every PB mayors is here too, and when you have the consistency across all three CAFRs, we need to know what is being done as a interim measure, because you can't keep doing things the same way and expect 18 not to have that same finding. Or maybe PB mayors can tell us tonight, have we done that so that we don't have to see that again? And anything is a commonality before 15 and 16 and 17, I definitely don't expect to see it in 18. So if you can give me a general overview.
And I'll just, if you don't mind, can I stop you here? Because the item that we're on is pertaining to the FY15 CAFR.
Okay.
And I know you're trying to loop them in together, which is great, but let's try to keep initially, before we move on to PB mayors and the other people, to focus on 15. In particular, when we were given this audit, to your question, Mr. City Manager, we were given the audit for 15, and we were told that the audit had been completed, and we were given a book. It wasn't until probably within the last couple, like 6 months, 7 months, we found out that the audit wasn't completed in full. The transmittal files, which is why it's on the agenda item, were not completed at the time. And we were also found out that the CFAs, the federal audits, had not been completed for 2015. So when we asked for the status of the audit, what is the status of completing the entire 15 audit and everything that's required to have a full audit completed? Stormwater regulations, everything that's required to be submitted.
Well, so the audit is completed. It took approximately 21 months' time to complete, beginning in about December of 15 through calendar 16, and then ending and it was presented to y'all in 17. And it was submitted to APA to meet their requirements. We have the outstanding, we still have the single federal audit outstanding. We have some items that need because we had some restatements in the 15 audit, we are working with the audit firm Cherry Beckert to complete the 15 single audit, which then will allow PB mayors to complete 16 and 17. So we are in the process of working with Cherry Beckert now to get them to complete that. They're not here to be able to say definitively when it would be done, but my understanding is that there isn't a lot of work to be done on their behalf to finish it. We're waiting for that to be completed, so then we can get that one completed, and 16 and 17 could then be done to bring those into compliance.
So I see Vice Mayor Bennett has the light on, so I'll just ask the rest of my questions really quickly. So just to be clear, when you say to be completed, it's completed but really not completed. Because if you have to go back and fix restatements, so when you say the single audit, so the restatements will essentially redo the audit, correct, that's been submitted?
So I would
Or
say
Mr. Terry can answer.
we have the single audit which is separate. We've got some items that need to be clarified in that audit, which will complete it, and then that will be done. The 15 CAFR is completed and submitted. So we're waiting for the only thing that I'm aware of that needs to be completed for 15 is the single federal audit. That's it.
The CFA.
Yes.
The CFA is the only thing still outstanding for the 15 audit. The transmittal files have been completed.
To my understanding,
Can Mr. Terry verify if he's finance director?
the transmittal files have been completed.
The stormwater regulations and the other regulations that are required for every audit, those have been submitted to?
But what regulations?
The APA said there's separate documents that need to be submitted, and we have the forms, and that's printed out for council for our stormwater fees and some other important documents. I know the sheriff had a separate item that had to be done for
So
the
are we
audit.
talking about audit findings that need to be
No,
corrected?
I said the audit documentations that are
Okay.
required by state law. It's more than just the CAFR.
Right.
There's additional requirements,
which-
so. In the email that we got, and I forwarded to council, it said that the stormwater fees, that requirement, that state law had not been submitted either. So
Which-
it's just so are you trying to say
Which
that
email?
that the APA sent, council has it printed out? It was printed for everyone at the dais. But, and not just, I don't need to have the particulars, I'm saying, are you saying the only state requirements, all the rest of them have been met except for the federal requirement for the CFA?
Yes.
Then
The answer is yes.
I'll go back and pull that paper.
What did you say?
So I'll go back and pull the paper, because that's not what's in the email.
Did staff get a copy of the email?
She said yes.
No,
No?
I gave it to
Council.
council per your request. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Are we talking about,
I'm sorry.
which email are we discussing?
Yeah, not that
This is
one.
not part of what,
It is.
Ms. Helen was asking?
What did we get?
Ms. Phelps finished speaking, I'm asking my questions
No, I
now.
know, but was this in her 17 questions?
We're on 15.
She had, what, 17, 20 questions? I'm not maybe 17.
Oh, she said she was finished, yes. I'll let someone else speak and I'll go back and pull the actual email. But we got a reference that the stormwater requirements for the state in terms of audit reporting had not been met. So that's why I wanna make sure anything that's outstanding, we have a full list of. So right now, until I pull that message, the only thing outstanding for FY 15 is the federal CFA.
To my understanding, that absent not having a copy of the email that you're referring to and not being provided a copy of that email,
But you have staff, you have the Department of Finance to be able to tell you if anything's outstanding, you need the email. So that's the only thing that's outstanding in terms of staff and for right now, until I get that clarification.
I'll ask Mr. Terry to come up as well.
Okay. Someone else had their light on Vice Mayor Bennett?
No. My question was answered.
No, I'll find it, thank you. Anyone else have a question about fiscal year 15?
I'd like to
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask, specifically, you said that the CAFRA was started in December of 15 and was completed in 17. Do you happen to know the month that it was completed in? Just the CAFRA portion?
just the So
Yep.
it looks like what I have from a timeline standpoint, preparation and audit for the 15 CAFR covered 21 months, beginning in December of 15, running through approximately August of 17-ish,
Okay.
the end of August, early September,
And was submitted to the APA, do you have a
from the required APA submission of November 30th,
November?
I believe.
So we finished
No,
it,
that-
finished it in September, submitted to APA in November.
No, I'm sorry, the 15 CAFR,
August 2017.
August. Yeah, that was, I'm looking at the wrong note. It was presented to council, well, it might have been in December. Was presented to council in December, I believe. Mr. Dane, was it presented to council in at the end of 17?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the timelines for the
Yeah.
15 CAFRA.
We met with the APA in
August,
August,
okay,
right
August,
before
yeah.
Mr. Haley left.
That's right.
But I don't know the timeframe of when,
August of 17 was when it was completed,
right.
and then presented thereafter and submitted to APA.
Okay, so started in December of 15, August of 17 was when it was completed, and maybe within a month or two after that, presented to
Council
APA.
Randolph, can you please speak into the mic?
Oh.
They can't hear you.
I have never been told anybody couldn't hear me, but oh, yes, I will, sorry. Thank you. So we're looking at approximately December, August 17, and then September 17, somewhere in those
Yeah.
roundabout timeframes. So since we didn't finish 15 in time, that will go to some of our points that we'll make to 16, which I won't get on now, for the recurring questions. And, but those timeframes are, because, and that Cherry Beckert was working on that in all, that whole time frame for 21 months. We're gonna also at a later date, point in this meeting, talk about the costs.
Yes.
So for 21 months worth of work, we're gonna talk about those costs in a question coming up. But,
So-
yep, but
So
you've said everything has been completed.
with the exception of the single audit.
Would you please explain for the audience, what the different transactions are? We've got transactions to finish a CAFRA, which is a consolidated annual financial report that we're supposed to do each year for the city. Then we've got, what, Mayor Gore was talking about with the transmittals. Would you explain a little bit about that? And then additionally, talk about the single federal audit and what that is and those deadlines, just so that everybody here will understand a little better what we're talking about.
So, forgive me for not being an auditor.
That's fine.
We have an annual audit, which is an audit of our annual financial statements, which is due to it. We have the end of the fiscal year in July. We typically, then you have until the end of November to have the audit completed and submitted to APA. And I have, forgive me, because I wasn't prepared completely for the timeline answer on
That's okay.
the CFAs. But with that, we have transmittal statements that go along with that. The sheriff, stormwater, are other funds that we have. And then we have a federal single audit that we do for all of our federal dollars that are involved. Again, forgive me on the timeline on the CFA. I don't know that one unless I can get some help from the back row.
Mr. Terry.
Mr. Terry, if you could, please help me out here with a little bit of assistance with regard to deadlines and timeframes on the audits.
Michael Terry, Council. You actually did a very good job, sir. The annual audit ends on, APA requires us to submit to them by November 30th. So we close the fiscal year June 30th. and you have opportunity to start getting everything in shape so that you can be audited in September. And you submit your report November 30th. And that report is your CAFR, and then what we call the APA transmittal, and there are a series of other documents that have to be submitted, agreed upon procedures, sheriff reports, things of that nature. But all of that is required to be submitted at the end of November 30th. Following, if you're on top of your game, you're where you're supposed to be at, by December you complete your single audit. I know the term is being slung around here, and I hate to use that term, but it's being slung around, CFA. But the single audit is a complete audit, and the CFA is a part of that. If you're on top of your game, you should get that done by the end of December. Latest should be by March of the coming year. And then you roll back around again, you do your annual audit, and you do your requirements with the state, and then you do your single audit again. So you did very well, sir.
Fairly well.
Stay up here with us, Mr. Terry, if you would.
Yeah, you might
You
well
should
take
sit
it.
in the front row with
I'm
staff.
sure.
Yeah, you probably need to sit in the
and
front row.
It's late.
Your posse too.
Councilor Randolph, are you finished?
And what I want to say is that we've hashed out over the past years the reasons why the 15 audit took 21 months to do. We're not going to rehash that here again tonight, I hope, as to why, but we are assured that it has been completed, and hopefully that the numbers that I looked at were acceptable in what I was looking for, and some of the outstandings that were listed that will be a reiteration when we talk about 16 and 17, understandably are still there due to the overlap in time. I think that the time frame is extremely important for us to look at in when these audits were being done, when they're being prepared, and what is happening. So now I'll state that I'm through with 15 comments.
Anyone else have any comments for 15?
Yeah.
Councilor Pelham?
And also, could you go ahead now and explain to the audience the recommendations? I don't know what page it is on 215. It gives the 10-year spread of revenue. And how is it that the city for 10 years can have a negative balance brought forth in 1 year and still function?
Is this for 15, CAFR?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what page is it?
It is the page that has the 10 years of revenue and expenses. I don't have the page. If I,
Okay. She doesn't have the page number.
they looking for it, they know where it is. You put it in there every year. I'll bypass it when we get to 16. I'll find the page for that.
Okay. She's gonna bypass it right now until we get to
It's the
16.
same question.
There are no lights on right now, so I'll ask this other question in regards to 15, and we have not really hashed out any of the audits. This is the point of this meeting. So 15, 16, 17, everything is fair game, because we have not talked about it. That's why we called this meeting. The audit findings in 15, which caused the audit delay in some regards, have not been addressed. This is why we need to talk about how to address those problems. Some of it is, yes, perhaps the Munis implementation. Munis is our financial tool that we have. But the other part is literally procedures, and as Councilor Pelham pointed to, financial staff at the time, other policies and procedures that have impacted how business is carried out in terms of what we call reconciliation. That is when you balance out your books, right? So at the end of the year, it should be 0. If the reconciliations are not completed, you can't really do your audit. And so for a whole year, if my memory serves me correct, we were unable to even start the audit because the reconciliations weren't even done. And so it wasn't just simply the financial system, it's actually policies and procedures and practices that have caused this delay, and none of which have been addressed. And so We are going to talk about them more in depth because unfortunately they have been, but you weren't here for those conversations. So I know what I'm talking about in regards to that because we've had conversations with council when we were talking about 15. And so some of those items have been carried over to the audits for 16 and 17, which we're going to talk about when we get to those sections. But when Councilor Randolph touched on something that we can actually probably talk about right now, maybe not to the in-depth, we've been asking for the longest time, how much have we paid for the 15 audit? When Mr. Whitaker was the finance director, he sent us the email saying it was about $600 and something thousand, and that was about 3 years ago. We've asked continuously, how much are we paying Cherry Beckert? How much has it cost us? Do we have an updated number? And that's because, and put it in perspective, and I really do appreciate when you said make sure to get the timeline acronyms correctly, because we are going to spit out a lot of acronyms, so thank you for doing that. One other point of clarification is a fiscal year in the city of Hopewell is July 1st through June 30th. So when we talk about fiscal year 15, we're talking about 2014. 2014, July 1st, 2014 to June 30th, 2015. So it's just not all 15, it's really 14 into 15. So these issues have been 5 years old at this point. And that's why they keep carrying over and over and over. So when asked the question about how much we're paying Cherry Beckert, we can't just go back to fiscal year 15. We have to talk about, they start working on an audit. From what we were told before, we started working on it in 14 to prepare for 15. So we had to pay Cherry Beckert, the auditing firm. We've had to pay outside vendors to come in, assist the finance department and the treasurer's office because of the reconciliations. We've also had to pay overtime per the contract. So even though apparently they're still working with the city 5 years down the road, because their contract is actually ended now, that's why we have a new auditing firm. They've met their contract in terms of how many audits they have to produce. So we should have a number in terms of how much they've been paid to date. Do we have that number yet? Or is it in this package you just gave us tonight?
So if you
What
look,
is the number?
if you look in your packet behind tab number 4,
We just got it.
We just got the package.
courtesy of, so tab number 4 is a breakdown of all the costs of our audits for 15, 16, and 17. 15's CAFR with Cherry Beckert, the original contract amount was $125,400. There were unanticipated audit costs of $502,745 for a total paid as of the 19th of this year, $628,145. And there was additional accounting support.
Wait a minute, say that again. Is that the same number? you
Break
said?
that
It's in your packet. It's in
I
this
know,
big
but
binder.
that's not what you just said.
Turn the page. She has a breakdown
There's
of
a
it.
breakdown behind the
So
page.
it's not
You're
815.
looking at the,
Page,
you're looking at the summary.
Yeah,
Why do we,
that page.
yeah, okay.
So at the time, we had additional accounting support brought in, Minor and Associates at $20,106, Kenneth Brown at $66,900, and Robert Half Temporary Services at $336,000.
When was that?
This was just all during the time period for that audit,
For the
for the
2015
15 audit.
All those accounting support people
Yes.
brought in.
So we had turnover in the department, other things, but these were brought in to assist the staff at the time with doing the audit. That subtotal was $187,342 for a total cost for the 15 CAFR of $815,487.
So just the clarification, so you're saying for, as to date, for FY15 is $815,487, but they're still working on the CFA. So we have to pay them their rate, because they're not in contract with us, to complete the CFA, or is that gonna be a part of the contract expectations?
I would think it would be part of the contract expectations to get that completed, but
Is it part of the contract? Is it written into the contract that they have to
I mean,
finish?
that's a part,
Well, that's
as a part of the audit, so I would
Yeah.
anticipate, what's the
So it's-
discussion about that?
is it even fair to ask the city manager these questions?
Yes.
Only because, I'm not saying any other way, but only because we don't have the auditor here.
Well,
And this is the issue that we are coming to now, because the auditor has not been here to report to us. So what is our next action? It's been since 2014, now it's 2019, and let's do the math. How many years is that? So what is our next step? Because we can't
that's-
continue to have these meetings and then leave here not knowing anything. So do we subpoena? Do we get them here? How do we know, instead of
So-
spending all this money, we spent almost $1 million.
Yes, so can you hold that thought, because I would still have the floor, and I'll go back to that. To answer your question, yes, it's fair to ask him, because per the charter, his job is to administer the budget, include the audit. So that's the first part. Second part is we've been asking for the auditors to come and present to council to answer these questions, and it's taken us to get this meeting to do that, so that's the second one.
And the
Third part
auditors aren't
is,
here.
right, but we'll forward you the email he sent us this morning. He's not here for a medical reason.
Correct.
So I don't know if someone else from his firm could be present, we can follow up on that. But to the point in terms about contract, staff should be able to answer that. It's a contract that they signed, not this finance director, but the two previous finance directors have signed, and the contract is a contract. So, and the city attorney, when she gets her hands on the contract, she'll be able to answer if it is within the terms of the contract negotiations. If it's not within the terms of the contract negotiations, then we have to pay out of pocket. But I'll go back to your points when we go later on. Yes, that is the point of this meeting. Yes, you wanna have action, and that's why we called this, and make sure we get some stuff voted on to take action. But like I said, we have been asking for this number for a very long time, and this is the first time we've seen these numbers given to us. So my question is so just go back, the 815 is to date, correct? So we have to check now if the CFAs are gonna be a part of the contract or not, because if not, then that's another added cost that we have to add to this 815.
Correct.
Okay. So, Madam City Attorney, can you please make a note to get back to council regarding that contract to see if the CFAs is included in their obligation per the agreement that was signed on behalf of the city?
May I ask for a point of clarification?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
it to see whether or not it is part of a fixed cost, or simply it's an obligation that can be separately billed or billed in addition to whatever other
Fixed
services? Okay, thank you.
Is there a reason why you're asking her instead of?
Because she's the
City?
attorney and she looks
I know,
over
but
legal documents.
It's a contract that,
She's the attorney, I'm asking her to look over the contract. I mean, I just asked my question too, who I asked her to.
contract is fixed.
She's gonna check, I'm asking for a fixed cost in the contract. Because if this is illegal, it may turn to a legal matter, so we just need to get the legal opinion up front. But I asked him the question, he didn't know the answer, so I'm asking her to clarify. So, that's 815 for right now. And then, so the other point I wanted to raise in regards to the 15 CAFR, if we move forward, council, as I said today, I did receive an email that was given to council on the dais regarding the APA, which is the Auditor of Public Accounts, and that's who all of our files are submitted to for the state. She has the email that she sent to one of our state representatives. None of us were copied on it. I don't believe city staff was copied on it as well. And I'll just read you one section of her email. She said, "One concern my staff and I have is that the city has not had a single federal audit done since 2014. This is where the CPA firm tests the large and risky federal programs. The failure to get this type of audit can result in the city not getting future federal funding, or could even potentially put them in a position, worst case scenario, of having to repay funds. I do not have any information on the status of that audit. This was sent July 2nd of this year, and that's who we turn in our audit information to. So, as I said, we were not aware that the CFA, the federal audit, had not been completed until recently, within the last couple of months. So, when we were told the audit was done, we were told it was done. We didn't find out until subsequent conversations, the emails, that nope, it wasn't really done. The transmittal files were outstanding. No, it really isn't done. The CFA is outstanding. So when people ask us, what have we done? We're taking off of what we were told during meetings and told in emails that everything was finished. And so we found out recently that the CFA had not been completed, and that's why we're having this meeting. So in regards to the CFA, my question would be, I understand that we have to get the other audits caught up, but the CFA has federal funding, and for many who may not understand, there could be implications regarding school funding, any other federal grants that we receive. And so if that impacts those things, which we're in dire need of, The question would be, why haven't we stopped to address the CFA? I'm asking you, or you can ask your staff to answer, why haven't the CFA been addressed individually?
Well, we've been working on operating under the agreement to complete the audits. And the discussion of getting the audits completed, and with the 15 audit, when we encountered in 16, we had some restatements that we needed to make for 15, which then impacted the ability to get the 15 CFA completed. So we're working diligently to get those done with the audit teams to complete the CFAs, to get them done along with the CAFRs. So when you go through the audit process, as things arise and you have to make restatements, that then causes an effect on another issue.
Right.
So though it's not that we haven't been trying to address these issues or we're ignoring these issues, we are addressing the issues, but we have other things that have to come to play first in order to make that, be able to address and complete the 15 CFA, which then allows 16 and 17 to be completed.
I understand that, but here's what I just reiterated. We didn't know CFA was outstanding until this year. We did not know the CFA was outstanding. So this is 2019. If you want to push it, you can say we found out 18, which I know we found out this year about the CFAs for certain. So it's 2019. This audit was supposed to be due 2015. It wasn't completed until 17. So for 2 years, we did not know these things were outstanding. So I don't know who made the decision to say, let's get the other ones caught up. Because in my mind, if you're saying, and I know you weren't here for those time periods, so, and there's nothing on record directing staff to not do them. My other thing would say, when you say complete the audit, that's the play on words that I'm talking about. Because when you say complete on the audit, I would think that everything's required for the audit would be completing the audit, not bits and pieces of the overall financial documents. So if I say complete the audit, I would think transmittal files, CFAs, everything that's required to complete that fiscal year. So it's not complete. So I guess the question would be, moving forward, is council wants you guys to stop and get the CFAs caught up for 15? Or do you want you to continue with the path that you guys are headed down now and waiting to the CAFRs, I guess, which what you're calling the CAFRs, to be caught up until 19? Because right now, if we could be potentially in jeopardy of losing federal funding, everyone should stop and say, do the CFAs for 15.
So I would say, one, that I know that in Mr. Terry and I's time that we've been together, we did let council know that the 15 hadn't been completed. So that what happened 2 years prior to our arrival on scene, I can't address that issue.
Right.
When I say complete the audit, I'm referring to the CAFR.
Right.
The CAFR piece, which allows us then to do the additional work.
Right.
So.
The state requirements.
Correct. We get those done, then as Mr. Terry discussed as a timeline, you get your CAFR done, submitted to the state, and then you start your single audit. So the single audit is dependent upon getting the CAFR done and completed. So it's not that you're not doing it, you've got to get this piece of work done in order to then work through getting your 16 done.
But isn't it already completed? You said that everything was finished with 15.
We had restatements through the 16 audit process for 15, which affected the ability to get the 15 CFA completed. We're working on getting with Cherry Beckert to complete this 15 CFA now. When that gets completed, that then opens the door for PB mayors to finish and complete the 16 CFA, because we've gotten our 16 CAFR completed already.
Okay, I'll just follow up with this last thing, and I'll give it to Councilor Randolph and Councilor Pelham. Just so I'm clear, the CAFRs is what you're waiting on. Did you have something to say? I don't see your light on.
She was pressing the button.
Oh, I didn't see it. My head was facing this way. I can't see this and this at the
Sorry,
same
I
time.
had my
So
finger on this button for
there's no
about
sorry.
There's no time
Yeah,
limit.
you guys waive time limits. So
There's no
And
time.
I'm sorry, I didn't see a light. If that happens again, if I'm looking this direction, just let me know and I'll call on you. It's not on purpose. Yeah, please do. Just yell at me because I didn't see it. I promise you. So Councilor Pelham, Randolph, and Denton. So the CAFRs is what you're saying you want to get completed before you go back and do the CFAs. If we just got the 17 CAFR right? 16 is finished, 17 is finished, 15 is finished. So I still don't understand why the CFA for 15
Okay.
can't be done.
So the CFA for 15 is being worked on now, and the work is a result of having restatements of 15 through the 16 audit process.
Okay, so they are doing it. Cherry
Correct.
Beckert is doing it right
Yes.
now.
We are
Okay.
working on completion of it now.
And then
When
that would
that
get
is
us to the-
done,
okay,
then
I'm
that
with you.
gives, then once that's done, then you roll that forward. And we're not waiting for 18's CAFR to complete it before we do the 15 CFA. We just need we need to get the 15 CFA completed as a result of those restatements of 15 that came in the 16 CAFR
How-
to get done, and then that allows us to roll forward, getting 16 and 17 completed.
Do you know when they started on the 15 CFA?
I don't, I mean, I
Does
wasn't.
Mr. Terry know?
I don't know that Mr. Terry or I were even here when
Well, I
that
mean,
work began.
We can probably look at the contract, we're gonna have to look at that contract.
No, that's not, they did that, I mean, they had to get started on the CFA until after 17, so I wanna know how long they've been working on the CFA.
Again, Michael Terry, council. I wasn't here, but when I got here in 17, December, I met with Trey Beckert, and I did the inventory we just went through, which is the CAFR was done, and they had submitted, or was in the process of submitting the APA transmittal in January of 2018. At that time, which city manager's gonna go with you, we presented a remediation plan. A part of that plan was to report. So starting in February, we began to report that Cherry Beckert was in the process of doing the CFA schedule,
February.
okay? So go back and look at the monthly reports that I have been submitting you every month. We were always anticipating, and Mr. Churchman was always keeping me informed that this is where I am with this. I have a glitch. I have to go back to schools because it's just not the city. And so if you go back and look at your reports for every month that I've sent it, whenever there is any kind of thing where there's a change, we change the due date because we were very optimistic. Whatever it is that he had to test or what he had to look at, he'll have to answer for that. But up until the last report I sent you, which I think covers through May, I have been updating the council, giving you a periodic change of the expectation. Our last communication with Cherry Beckert is that they have now gotten everything finally nailed down. And what that means is because of the restatements, they had to do some additional test work, they had to do some confirmations, whatever they needed to do. And so now we're at a point where we have actually a lot more confidence that we will be getting from Cherry Beckert the final sign-off. And we're expecting that to happen this month and that it'll be submitted,
This month.
okay?
Thank you. Counselor Randolph and Counselor Pelham.
Let me just clarify what I said earlier that I didn't want to hash out. What I don't want to hash out is what I sat in the audience and watched this council, the previous council, hash out, which is whether our previous finance director, our previous administrator, or whatever, who was at fault and why. I don't really care at this point. It happened, it was bad, and it's not for us to keep hashing over who was wrong. We've had 2 lawsuits over it, and we still don't really have an answer. What we have to look at is where we're at today. I knew that Cherry Beckert was upwards of 800,000 because I asked,
We asked too.
and I got the answer.
We
So I
didn't.
don't know why you didn't. I did it via phone. So maybe that was a guesstimate, but I knew it was getting close to this, but also the disclosure that that may not be all of it, which I understand. I think what we have to remember is that we spent 21 months on a single audit. No city should be spending 21 months on a single audit to get us cleaned up. If we ever get to this point again, because I know that previous council, when I sat here and listened to previous budget sessions, talked about not doing anything with our money because we were unsure of what was going on. I don't know what caused you to become knowledgeable this year and not last year or the year before. I'm not saying you weren't, but your knowledge of CAFRAs, single audits and things, council has to understand that basic premise. If we don't as a council, then our assumptions are going to get the better of us. And we have to be just as responsible for the money and what is spent and what isn't spent. And so that's what we're doing here today. I don't wanna hash out what happened with who's at fault in 15. I think we're asking some good questions, but I don't think that we wanna throw the current finance director or city manager under the bus. That's not our goal here. And I'm not saying we are, but I have to reel us back in and say, okay, let's look at what the questions are and what we've gotten done. So if 15, which to me looks and sounds like we're where we need to be, I would say that we move on to 16 and talk to the actual auditors that are in the audience rather than hash out what we don't know for 15, which is, I think, kind of what Councilor Bennett was talking about. Let's move on to 16. We're running out of time for this long agenda, and we do have auditors in the audience that potentially will give us some good answers.
So I'll let Councilor Pelham speak and Councilor Denton. It was Pelham and Denton.
I think, your opinion. However, the CFR, or whichever way it's pronounced, is important that you brought that up about it's a federal program. And if they decide, and tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Terry, we don't get it in, and how much longer we have, I think we need to find out, because it directly affects Head Start and all Title I dollars. That's a significant amount of money for the budget overall. And of course, no one wants to raise real estate taxes or whatever, and that's the bottom line when you don't submit the paperwork on time. So, and I really haven't heard anyone blaming anyone, it's just the questions that you have. I mean, if you need answers, I'm gonna ask the question, whether it's someone's opinion that it's a blame game, but we need to know. So, when everyone finished requesting what they want for the city manager, the finance director, we get our answers, then my opinion is we move on.
Yep. Councilor Denton.
Yeah, I had my light on for several times to remark about some of the things that were being said. I'm gonna ask my question to the city manager. And he was not here. I was like Ms. Councilor Randolph. I was sitting out there at where you're sitting, listening to all of this when it came about in 2015 and 16. I didn't come on council until 2017. So I was well aware that we were having problems with the CAFRA. But can we say that one of the major problems is the new system, Munis, which we hear about every day? We changed over in 2014 from a major financial way of doing business, and maybe that had something to do with problems financing the statements and whatever.
My observation would be similar to yours, sitting in the cheap seats at that time. I think when the method which we transitioned from our old financial management system, GEMS, to Munis, and I'm not making a comment that Munis is a bad system. I don't think it is. But I think the way in which we transitioned by, I'm just gonna pick an arbitrary date. On June 30th, we stopped using gyms, and on July 1, we start using Munis, and you don't run parallel. When you make that sort of transition, difficult to learn a new system at the same time you're trying to use the new system. And typically what we would find, and I know, and I can say, because prior to 13, I wasn't sitting in the cheap seats, I was sitting in the front row as we discussed the movement to and bidding out of a new financial management software system for the city. We talked about running those systems parallel for a year to 2 years to ensure that we were inputting data correctly, and then the data was going into the right places in Munis, or the new system at the time, because we hadn't bid it. But you would run them parallel, so you would always have the old system to fall back on to verify your data. And I think the decision to finish one day and start the next with a new system, I would say, impacted the city's financial situation and contributed to, and maybe a root cause of, some of the problems we're having that we find in the audits because of that transition. It's very difficult to do it the way we did it and have staff who are learning something and having to use it at the same time and not knowing if it's working, and there's nothing to check it against. So I would say yes, I think that contributed to our situation, and as it moved forward, we are now undergoing upgrades to Munis for the first time. We've got 5 modules. We have to do 5 updates this year, so we haven't been diligent in the past in upgrading our system, but we're gonna do those, can't remember, this month or the beginning of August, so we've got to do that to become current with our software system. But at the same time, as we've moved forward, the staff has become more comfortable with using the system. So the hope is, as we move forward with our audits, that data is in the appropriate places, because we're learning. We were learning on the fly and learning on the go using it, and now that we've made some mistakes and we're making corrections as we move forward with how we're using the software. I would also, just to backtrack to Mrs. Pelham's comment regarding the federal audit, I know that we are in contact to ensure that we're not in danger of losing those funds. They contact us and ask us where they are, so we are taking it very seriously. We understand the impact of the federal dollars on the school system and some of the federal dollars that we get through the city. So, but we are in contact with them in discussions as to maintaining our ability to get the single audit in and receive our funding. So we do that.
And following up on that, city manager, is it your instructions, I think, if I remember correctly, we directed you to have your finance director work on these CAFRs, right? That was, and we wanted Mr. Terry to get that 2015, 16, 17 done.
So right prior to my arrival, and in your packet, there's actually a copy of, behind tab 3, the finance turnover assessment white paper that Mr. Terry prepared for council, a copy of the council action form that accompanied that, and Mr. Terry's white paper that he submitted to council identified areas of weakness, but primarily focused on 3 areas of weakness, which were external reporting, well, financial reporting, external and internal. So external would be the CAFRs, the single audits, APA reporting, and the like. Internal reporting, which would be the governance to council, the city manager, and others. And then the budget was the 3rd area. My understanding is when this was presented to council agreed with the direction of focusing on completing the audits first before moving into developing an overall corrective action plan to address the needs from a financial management practice and policy perspective. So staff has been operating under that directive since that point in time. Now, if this council wants to change that, staff is certainly ready to react and then make adjustments and begin to look at corrective actions earlier. But we've been operating under the premise of what was presented and agreed upon with council as to how we would move forward. Get the CAFRs completed and up to date, then we'll look to fix.
Where's
So,
that at? Where's that at? That you're
tab
referencing?
3.
But where do you say council says that at?
That's what my understanding of the agreement that was made with council that night.
That night what? When
The meeting in which this was presented to council.
tab 3 is the letter dated July 1st, 2019. Is that what you're referring to?
Tab 3 has a letter, and if you keep turning, it has a copy of the white paper that was presented behind the council action form that was presented to council at the council meeting. And Mr. Terry's white paper dated December 29th, 17 is behind that.
How'd you
So
go now?
since I've been here, what I understood the importance of is completing the CAFRs. Getting the CAFRs completed, we would get the CAFRs completed through 18. We would develop at that time a work program to address the financial management issues that we have and the material weaknesses that show up in our audits, to develop policies and procedures to address those and then implement them.
In yours and mine, it was, when I did get on council, that was the utmost urgency, I think, of all council, was to get these CAFRs done. Get us caught up so we could get our bond rating back, get our standards back, do what we had to do to get these CAFRs done. And the first one did take us a while, and maybe, and then I seem to think changing it over, the financial system to Munis may have contributed to that. And I'm sure it's not the only reason, but I think it did, and that, therefore, that figure that we see for Cherry Burkett maybe reflects what we had to do in that first year of getting on Munis. So,
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
Okay, no one else has their lights on. Before we move on to FY16, just want to make a point of clarification. You're correct about this letter, but that was also when the contract that we had said all 3 CAFRs would be caught up in 2018. That's why this document attached to it says the last audit was FY18 will be completed November 30th, 2018. So when we made that agreement, we had the understanding that when we contracted out, that all of our cars would be caught up a year ago. So you can't really use that as the baseline, because since then, we found out things have not been completed by various people in different positions. There's been various circumstances that have extended things. So the understanding was that, yes, we can get these caught up quickly and within a year. And that's why we said rush and take care of that. Not 2 years later, almost 3 years later, saying that's the same understanding. And that's why we're having, and that's why we're having this meeting. And we talked about this before recently, about needing to get caught up. The other thing I would say,
done.
right, yeah, but we should change that. So, the other thing I would say is to the audience here, you've heard people comment about being in the audience when we talked about audits in 2015, and now they're on the dais. But they weren't here with us when we were talking about these audits, so they have no clue of what happened behind the scenes. So, since they don't know what they're talking about in full, they really can't judge our comments or what we're trying to do. Many have said they've gotten information. We have votes on record asking information have never been supplied. There's FOIA requests on record that have never been fulfilled. So, it is on record that some of us have been trying to address these issues. There was a comment about not knowing when I became knowledgeable. I'm the one who called a special meeting 2 years ago about the audits. At that time, if you look at the record, it passed with 4 people saying to have an emergency meeting with the APA's office, which is people who I just read their letter. 2 people voted no, and 1 person abstained. 4 of us asked to have that emergency meeting to get caught up on what was going on 2 years ago. And in that meeting, we barely touched on what we wanted to talk about because it kind of was happening right now. So I'm on record 2 years ago saying there's a problem, we gotta address it. If you go back and look at the newspapers, you'll see that I've been saying all along, there's financial problems. And you look at the newspapers, all along, I've been slammed by members of council saying that I'm making the city look bad. I'm trying to make staff look bad. I'm trying to make up stuff. But here we are, 2019, and the very thing I said 2 years ago is happening right now. It's in the audit. So if people wanna sit here and say different things, I'm on record saying what I had to say. I'm on record proving what I've said was a problem is come to light. And I'm not the only person. Councilor Pelham was here and Councilor Holloway was here doing the same thing at those times, and they voted every time to take action. Unfortunately, we can only do but so much. And that's why this special meeting was called, in particular by Councilor Pelham. She allowed me to add items on the agenda so we can get some votes to take action on some of these things. The other thing I would say in regards to what has happened before, we have tried to address issues that have been hurt the city's finances outside of just the implementation of munis. There's been training problems. People have not had training on this new software. We voted to make sure staff got training. There's also been reconciliation, like I said, issues that we have. There's still the same policies and procedures that they're following that are not correct. And if you look at what Ms. City Manager knows, I have an item on this next coming agenda to talk about our policy procedures. Some of the policies they're following are from 1979. That's ridiculous. And so we've tried to address these things, and so for some, it might be a repeat because they were in the audience watching, but like I said, they weren't here dealing with the issues. And so pretty much we're having this meeting because, as I said earlier, we were not caught up on everything. Thanks to Mr. Terry and thank you to Mr. Altman, yes, we do know some stuff that was supposed to be done that wasn't done. We found out about most of those things this year. Now, yes, you may have had a financial report in the packet, but we've never really had a financial team talk to us. We've requested the auditors to come. We've requested for staff to come, and they have not come. So let's just be clear on that as well. And so when we move forward, I'm hoping that this new council, right, this new group that we have here, now we got these audit findings coming up saying 15 repeat findings in 15 or in 16, repeat findings in 16 or 17, that we'll vote to change policies to fix some of these issues. And that where policy does not exist, that we take action. So we're not here to rehash problems. We're trying to put it out there and open, where are we at? Because as I said, we never got the numbers on how much you paid Terry Becker. We just got it right here tonight. And we've been asking. So to move forward to FY16 with Ms. PB Maris, we've asked for you to come as well, and I know you know that. So when we look at this, it's not trying to rehash. We're trying to make sure we have everything put on the table for us to take action and to make sure that we're sitting here this level playing field so everyone knows where we are and we can move forward. So if anyone takes offense to some of the questions, I'm not trying to be offensive. If staff takes offense to it, half of you guys weren't here at the time, but at the end of the day, you're here now. So we have to address what happened and what we need to do to move forward. And we also need to address communication and reporting. It shouldn't be that we're finding out stuff in a packet tonight. So we're moving on to FY16 PB Maris. Can you please come up and present? Thank you.
Thank you. I want you all to know I had my button on the whole time, and she's never recognized me. She doesn't want me to say anything, but that's okay,
So
the whole time.
Counselor Denton, I was facing this way. The buttons are right here.
You were looking right at that button.
I wasn't looking. Do you have your button
Well,
on
you know
now?
what? You know what?
You can talk whenever
It's
you
my
want
fault
to.
because I'm supposed to be facilitating when you're
Yes.
speaking. So give me the
Whenever you
gavel.
want to speak, you
Maybe
can
I'll just
speak.
stand up.
You can do that too, whatever makes you happy. But you can speak. No one's not saying you can't speak, but go ahead. I'm not being funny. If I turn my head and I don't see the lights, let me know like you did earlier. I'm not trying to do it intentionally. Everybody should have a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betsy Hedrick. I was the audit partner for fiscal year 2016 and 2017's audits. I would also like to introduce the other two people who have joined me this evening. Mike Garber was the concurring partner on the engagement, and Andrea Nichols was our lead. She led the audit, both years' audits. So I thought I would begin just going over our opinions and our reports in FY16's CAFR. And so if you have the CAFR in front of you, on page 10 is our independent auditor's report. We conducted our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, government auditing standards, and the specifications for audits of counties, cities, and towns, issued by the Auditor of Public Accounts of the Commonwealth. As you know, the objective of an audit is to perform the audit in order to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatements. So that's the overall goal. On the second page of our audit opinion, if you will look, we at the very first beginning of the page, we say, we believe the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinions on the governmental activities, the aggregate discretely presented component units, each major governmental fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information. However, we were not provided sufficient appropriate audit evidence for multiple elements of the financial statements of the business type activities and the enterprise funds consisting of the Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund, the Sewer Service Fund, the Solid Waste Fund, the Stormwater Fund, and the Beacon Theater Fund. So we disclaimed opinions on those financial statements of those opinion units. We did render an unmodified opinion on the governmental activities, the aggregate discretely presented component units, each major governmental fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information. The only other item that I will go over or point you to in this opinion is the emphasis of matter paragraph, which points you to note 16 of the financial statements. And note 16 describes several restatements that were necessary to correct prior year errors. So the next report that I will go over that we have issued is on page 129 of the CAFR. And that's our independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit that is conducted in accordance with government auditing standards. So government auditing standards require us to consider internal control. We do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. Just as a reminder of definitions, you've probably heard these before. A deficiency in internal control exists when the design or operation of a control does not allow management or employees in the normal course of performing their assigned functions to prevent, detect, and correct misstatements on a timely basis. A material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control. So there's a reasonable possibility that a material statements exist. And then a significant deficiency.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Is she on the correct page so people can follow along with what you're saying?
it's on page 129 of the printed CAFR, of the hard copy
There you
CAFR.
go. She's following.
Okay.
Thank you.
So a significant deficiency is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that's less severe than a material weakness, but it's one that merits attention to those charged with governance. So at the end of the day, our internal control report, we reported 11 material weaknesses and 1 significant deficiency. On the second page of this report, we also issue a report on compliance. So in addition to our consideration of internal control, we have to perform tests of compliance with certain provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements. We identified and reported 9 compliance findings. Now, I know we have issued FY16's CAFR in October of 2018, so hopefully you've had a while to read all of the findings. I'm not going to read all of those to you. I'm just going to address the questions that you have. But before I go to that, I want to go over the other document that we have related to fiscal year 2016, and that's our report to City Council. And these are required communications by auditing standards that we have to make to you. So it talks about our responsibilities with regard to the financial statement audit, our overall planned scope and timing, accounting policies, adoption and changes in accounting policies. We did have to adopt a new Governmental Accounting Standards Board pronouncement in FY16. It was GASB Statement Number 72. Yes.
Could you tell me when you gave the council review?
Excuse me.
Well, you're not-
Point of order. You're not supposed to have questions during the presentation. You can continue, and I'll call on her first.
I'm
Okay.
just asking her to clarify.
I understand, but you can't speak right now. Go
This
ahead.
is it?
Okay. So we had one new GASB pronouncement that's reflected in your FY16 financial statements, and that was GASB Statement Number 72 on fair value measurement. On page 2 of this required communications report, we talk about the significant issues that we had and difficulties. Obviously, the timing of the audit and the delays that we experienced, as well as the fact that we could not obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the funds that we had to disclaim an opinion on. So those were the biggies. We did not identify any uncorrected misstatements. Anytime that we identified a audit adjustment, as far as we know that they were made in the financial statements. On page 4, we have to remind you about the estimates that are in your financial statements, so we've listed all of those. I won't go over all of them. On page 6 begins our summary of recorded audit adjustments. So those are our significant audit adjustments that we identified in conjunction with conducting the audit. I won't go over all of those either unless you have specific questions. And that's really the gist of this report.
Just for clarification, can you go over the material weaknesses, because people need to understand what you found in your audit? She's going to the first page of them.
Yes. So a material weakness is a deficiency in internal control that really lends us to that we feel like there's a risk that there could be a material misstatement in these financial statements. So we know the deficiency exists. A significant deficiency is maybe not quite as bad as material weakness, but it's still one that we feel like it merits reporting in the opinion.
To go over the material weakness.
You want me to go over
It's
all?
on the screen for the public.
Okay, so the very first material weakness that we had was related to lack of timely reconciliations and lack of adequate year-end close procedures. So during the audit, we noted that there were multiple instances where the complete and accurate reporting of financial transactions did not occur within the general ledger, or reconciliations were not performed timely. And we had bullet pointed some of the big ones. So, for instance, cash and investment balances for June 30th, 2016 were not reconciled until December of 2017. And we continue to list the other items that were related to that finding. As you will note, we are required to include in our schedule of findings if these are repeat findings. So this was a repeat finding from fiscal year 2015. The second finding relates to material weaknesses due to material audit adjustments and restatements, and we've listed all of the funds in a description of what those material adjustments were. So whenever we have material adjustments or material audit adjustments, it's really the ones that we think could influence a user of a financial statement if these weren't corrected and weren't made and weren't booked. And this was also a repeat finding. The third finding relates to lack of supporting records for those disclaimed funds. I mean, we just weren't providing what we needed to be able to render an opinion one way or another. Again, repeat findings. The fourth finding on page 5 is the same thing, similar to the previous finding for Beacon Theater. Again, we weren't able to be provided with sufficient audit evidence to be able to render an opinion, but we also noted with this finding that there existed, we were told, a management contract for Beacon, and that was not provided to us either. So we documented that in the finding. Again, showing that improvements are needed in some of the financial management practices. The fifth finding is related to material weakness for material audit adjustments that we identified with the school federal programs cutoff. And this was really the one that I think has held up some of the 2015 single audit. CFA stands for Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards. It's supposed to be based on expenditures. When we were provided a preliminary draft CFA for schools, we noted that it was based on revenues, and there wasn't a proper matching of revenues and expenditures in the proper accounting reporting period. And that's what led to this restatement and material weakness. The sixth finding is similar to the school's finding. It really dealt with cutoff issues for the community development block grant accounting. The seventh finding is a repeat finding from fiscal year 15, and it deals with lack of segregation of duties and system-based logical access controls. So the city hasn't been maintaining proper segregation of duties over security, administration, and end-user access to Munis. The 8th finding is a material weakness due to untimely social service laser reconciliations to the general ledger. This is an APA requirement that we have to test. We noted that these reconciliations for FY16 did not incur until June of 2018. The 9th finding is a material weakness due to lack of debt management procedures. So we know we have some unspent bond proceeds in 2016 that were invested, and they were related to capital projects activity. And essentially, the drawdown of those bond proceeds weren't occurring. So we were paying for those capital projects using operating funds when we really should have been drawing down from our bond proceeds. So it wasn't accurate debt management procedures in place. The 10th finding relates to a material weakness in the Children's Services Act allowability and eligibility procedures. Again, this is a requirement that we have to test, that the APA tells us that we have to test. And so we know that we have a deficiency in internal controls over purchase orders and actually maintaining service plans for us to be able to test whether we have cases that are mandated or non-mandated, and that's part of the testing. We weren't able to do that. The 11th finding relates to the school board's preparation of the CFA. And we identified that one separately, but it really goes back to the other item that I described earlier related to cutoff. So that is all the material weaknesses. Do you want me to keep going with the rest of our findings, or do we want to stop there? Okay, the next one is a significant deficiency. When we began our audit, we asked about significant agreements, notes receivable, notes payable, that kind of thing. We like to have copies to look at to make sure we're auditing in accordance with the documents. There was a note receivable for a fund. We were not provided the agreement in 2016, so that was a finding. Then we move into the compliance findings section. So the first compliance finding, number 13, relates to the internal control finding over the social services laser rec. So we know we had a material weaknesses in internal control that led to a compliance finding. And so that's essentially what the first one is. The 14th one is lack of social services annual review of computer access, another APA requirement that we had to test. And we had findings there. The 15th finding is related to, again, an APA requirement, interest not being credited to special welfare participant accounts on a monthly basis. They're supposed to be. That was not happening. And I will say on that one, I do want to say we kind of documented what we thought the cause was, but a lot of that again was that social services was not getting the information that they needed to in order to be able to fulfill that requirement. So I don't want it to sound like it was a social services finding. The 16th finding, the Commonwealth of Virginia yearly financial reporting. This one's because obviously we didn't have this filed by November 30th of 2016. Repeat finding. The 17th finding is similar to the first compliance finding. We know we have a material weakness related to the Children's Services Act that led to compliance findings. The 18th one related to conflicts of interest, again, a requirement that we have to test for the APA. We had a couple of findings related to that as well. The 19th finding deals with some of the debt covenants that you have. You're supposed to provide audited financial reports, and there were certain debt service reserve requirements, and those were not complied with. And then the 20th finding, again, an APA requirement. There was a bank that was not identified as a public depository, and there were bank accounts that were not identified as public deposits by the respective financial institutions. And again, that's another Code of Virginia rule. And then the final compliance finding dealt with the Virginia Public Assistance Fund, and upon auditing the year-end expenditures compared to the final approved budget, the expenditures in that fund exceeded the final appropriated budget amount by a material amount. So that was also a compliance finding.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I owe Councilor Randolph an apology. I assumed that when we waived the rules, it was for the time limit to speak for 10 minutes, but apparently included in that rule is the ability to talk during presentations. So I publicly apologize to her for that. I made a mistake on that. And I said that she would be able to get the light first because she had that question. So go ahead.
And do you mind if I add one more thing?
Absolutely.
I know one of the other questions that you had earlier related to the other required engagements that we had to file. And if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and address those.
Please.
We have issued our report on our agreed upon procedures report for the APA's required sheriff's internal control procedures that we had to do. We've also issued an agreed upon procedures report for the FY16 comparative report that has been sent in. We also issued our report related to the APA's required VRS examination. And I think that might be the last thing that yes. And we were provided documentation, an email that said that the landfill reporting kind of had a pass for FY16 and did not have to be completed. So that's another one that we would normally do. And I think the email said the next reporting period was FY19, I believe. So those were the additional
For the
engagements
landfill.
that we had to do. Our single audit is outstanding. We cannot complete FY16 single audit until we have the FY15 report. But we have started the single audit testing, and we have tested some of the major programs, but we're not done. But we have started it. I think that's all the status update I
The
have.
completion for the single audit would be contingent upon the submission from us for all of the findings of 15 or all of the unfinished products for 15, correct?
Really what we're waiting on is just for the FY15 single audit to be issued. And once we have that, we can go back and look at the most recent schedule of expenditures of federal awards, make sure that we don't have any identified, errors in it, and make sure that we have identified the accurate federal programs, major programs that we have to test, and go through all of that. But we have started. We have completed some of the testing. I don't think it would take a significant amount of time for us to wrap that up once we can fit it into our existing audit schedule.
Okay, questions that I have. A fair amount of what you have for findings on 16 are reiterated in 17.
Yes.
Because there have been no changes made to some of these. I know that council has talked with administration on several of these aspects about how we get the school board to work better in conjunction with the city, and we've got plans to do something about that. We also, I understand that at a talking point, we've talked about some things that we will be doing with Mr. Spicer and everything that's going on with the Department of Social Services. And that's ongoing discussion. What I'd like to know from you is on, it looks like 2016-020, which is the bank not identified as a public depository. Was there a specific department that had, was using a non-qualified public depository?
That would be the treasurer's office.
Okay, so this was the report for 2016 that the treasurer's office was not using a proper institution. I assume that, Ms. Gosier, we are now using a proper institution, correct? So that has been with the new treasurer taken care of.
We
Can
can't
you
hear
please come to the podium if you're asked a question?
I'm sorry, Ms. Gosier, I just want to verify while we're here.
Can I
That
inter-
is something that's been
No.
corrected.
Wait till after she does.
Debbie, nobody can hear you on TV, just so you know.
Okay, when I came into office, I made sure that I went through the website, and I've also checked it periodically. There's a list of banks you can and cannot use. There is one that we still have to stop using. I'm not on the account, so I can't close the account, but the individual who is on the account has been directed to close that account. It's $5,000 in that account.
Okay, so we're still gonna be out of compliance in 18 because that account, we won't be able to stop that finding. That finding will probably still be on 19 when we, because half a year has gone by and we're still out of compliance, okay? Well, as long as we know. Can we ask Mr. Terry to talk to us about some of these findings and whether or not there is anything in particular that he has resolved for any of these, or why they were, you know, if there's something that's, I mean, for me, some of these conflicts of interest, I don't know, that the auditors are gonna have the answers to why or what we're doing, but,
City manager.
I will say that Councilor Pelham has her light on. You can do that. We can ask Mr. Terry to come to the floor and go one by one through them. But the conflict of interest, I do have a question about that when it gets time for that, because there was an issue with them getting the reports from the clerk's office, because I know mine was listed as missing and it was actually turned in to the clerk. So, when we get to that item, we'll go one by one. If you're cool, can we go one by one, ask him each one like she did, if he's addressed them?
yeah, that's
Okay.
exactly what I'd like to do.
Yay, that's what I wanna do too. So, if you don't mind, can you have a seat just for, we'll ask Mr. Terry to come up to the podium and we'll go back to the top of these audit findings to see what finance has addressed. And Counselor Pelham does have her eye, and while he's walking up, again, she still has the floor.
She does?
Yes.
Okay, well, can I interject? I was gonna inquire
Of
about.
course you can, I
Kim
am
Min-
a nice person.
You're so kind, thank you. Well, Ms. Treasurer, who is the person that's on this account that's using the bank? That, can you direct that person not to use the bank, or what have you done to ensure that that is correct?
It's somewhat complicated. It's dealing with the reimbursements that we get for our rideshare program. So the large portion, we're talking about about $1 million, is going through an approved account through SunTrust. There's $5,000 that we are,
What department?
oh, the fire department. So the concern is that if we just cut it off like yesterday, that we wouldn't get the reimbursements. I think it's a major, like a Medicaid or someone, it's someone very huge that pretty much dictated and said, if you want to get your money on time, you must use this bank. But we're planning to exercise authority to simply say, you know, if you dictate to us, we will come after the money because it is our money. You can't tell us you can't give us the money just because we're not using this bank. That's how it was set up. It was set up as an arrangement that if you don't use this bank, you will not get your reimbursements.
Wow.
Shouldn't the attorney
And
look
excuse me,
at that?
Miss, is he leaving? Because there's questions about the beacon and he's leaving. Is he going to the restroom?
And he's, yeah.
Mr. Deputy, can you make sure he doesn't leave, because we have questions about the beacon? If he can stay. If he can't,
So
then obviously
my
it's fine.
question is, y'all working together to get that done? So it's some kind of way you can stop that account and funnel it into the new account?
I would think that we would want the city attorney to get in on that, because as our legal representative, she probably should be talking to the state or federal representative that's telling us we have to use a specific bank.
We stopped using that bank. That was my,
Yeah, but
the
if
state
they're,
said not using it, but
they are using it.
the
And they're
state
doing,
said not to use the bank, right?
no. Auditing said we can't use it because it's non-authorized for
Exactly.
public funds.
Mistake, yeah.
But the group that is working with the fire department has said that to get the matching funds, we have to use this bank.
Right.
They can't dictate that to us.
Right.
They can't tell us we have to use public funds in a non-public depository.
But
And
she
so
said
that's where
that
I'm
the
saying the
millions
city
are in
attorney
what-
needs to,
yeah.
maybe get involved.
But where
So
the
can-
Mr. Hunter, the $1 million account
Can you come
is
up,
in a depository that we can use, correct? It's just the leftover $5,000 from somewhere that we
Okay,
cannot.
I'm not the financial person in this. I just got the email on the 17th of July that we couldn't use the bank, so it's only been 4 days that I've known that we can't use this bank. First off, secondly,
never knew that.
it's a bank that we have.
Never knew that.
No, it's a bank that we have had since we started EMS reimbursement for when we're doing EMS calls. So from all the way back for 5, 6 years, whatever, how long we've been doing the EMS funds, it was a bank set up by the city, by the treasurer, because we didn't do it. So now we found out that that bank can't there. We have stopped using that bank, but when you fill out an EMS report, when you put it in, sometimes something's wrong, or they delay it, or they do something because it goes through court. So that reason we have left it open is because all it is now is to deposit money to return to the city.
But why
So
did
what
you
our
change
fee-
banks though, if you didn't know about it?
Huh?
Why did you change to
Because
another?
they told us to change, the city
old
changed, yeah,
treasurer.
we changed all over to
Well, so when did y'all change?
SunTrust.
When did y'all
This
change?
is Third Bank that we're not using?
Yeah, well, when did
Okay.
you change? When did y'all change?
We changed over when we went to the internal billing, when we changed and we
In
went to the
18 or
billing
17?
in-house. We went to SunTrust because that was city recommended. Fifth Third was when we used that outside or the third-party
What
billing.
year?
Again, the only reason we've never closed that account,
Excuse me,
we haven't
Let me
used
just
it.
interject for a second.
Okay.
Because I asked for you to ask your question while Mr. Terry was coming up, because she
Okay.
technically still has the
Okay.
floor.
Thank
So if she wants to follow up on this question, it will have to be
Okay.
after Council Randolph gets her questions answered. Thank you for that, though.
Mr. Terry, if you would, I think what all of council would like is if you would go over the 2016 material findings and tell us where we're at with those. If nothing's been done to rectify, then tell us that, because then we'll know what we need to work on. But we're looking for you to go through the material findings that are up on the screen one by one for us.
One by one.
Yes, sir. You don't have to go into great detail unless, of course, it requires great detail. We just want to know where we're at.
Give me a book.
Can I interject? Ms.
No, not
Randall?
right now. Let him
I
come
just
back
wanna
with
ask-
his.
I have
He
the
doesn't make
floor, and if
policy.
it's short,
No.
yes.
He doesn't make policy. The city manager makes policy.
He's at the podium.
He's gonna work, they're gonna work in
Yeah,
tandem.
but that's what I'm saying. How can he make policy?
But
What's
no
that?
one can make policy but council. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
whatever.
I mean, they can have inter-office procedures and guidelines, but
That's what I meant.
just for a check, are the microphones working better now? Yes, no?
Page 145.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And for the record, I only have Counselor Pelham's light after this. I don't have anyone else's.
140 stars before that.
Actually, it starts back
It's on 131, I
at
thought.
321. 321 at the top, Mr. Terry.
That's in the agenda packet, which he,
But on
He doesn't, what does he have in his packet?
on the findings, it's 130 something.
Okay, so I believe what the auditor went over started in the page 131.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so she summarized everything. Okay, so reconciliations. At the time that this has been documented, because of what we've already heard in the room, that during the period of transition with the implementation, 21 months of the getting the 15 out, the reconciliations were not done. Now, need to put it in perspective, that's why I'm saying one by one.
Yep.
I can really answer this all in one kind of comment. Prior to the implementation of the munis, the city had, under its old accounting system, it had standardized policies and procedures. Meaning, there was designated responsibilities of who would reconcile and what departments would reconcile, and that was done and checked. Through the changeover, through the transition process, we've been able to determine that the new system and the processes were not communicated to the departments that had some of the responsibilities. During this period, 14, 15, 15, 16, and now 16, 17. I want to make that kind of clear because to try to go through all of these things, it's just not going to be make any sense. The sense is that the departments that previously were interfacing with finance, treasury, or the department itself knew to do that. When we went to the new system, that wasn't communicated that they now would have to do a different procedural, and neither was that follow up on. Now, once we've come on board, me and myself and the new city manager and the team that's helping us, we've not been able to really sit down with the departments to a degree and actually say, okay, let's talk about the process. Let's talk about what has to happen. Let's document what's the best procedures. And let's start. Why? Because the most important thing was using the resources we had, those same individuals that we have to sit down and talk to get the numbers and the information to even determine whether it can be audited. Because the accounting system that we walked into, even though it was brand new, a lot of the information in there needed to be adjusted. Was not correct. Put it in simple terms so everybody understand, we had to redo the books for the whole year from scratch. That has nothing to do with the manual process that we're talking about here. Now, once you get that done, and you got the books and the numbers all right, you got to remember, you all are talking here. This was a look back, and we're trying to bring it current. If the books today were done absolutely correctly, and the reconciliation procedures were done absolutely correctly, the way Munis is designed, and I'm oversimplifying, but this is the way the auditor would get a trial balance or a record of our books. We'd pull out the documentation, we'd pull out our policies and procedures that we vetted out, talk to departments. Some of them you would have to approve, some of them you would not. And we would say to the auditor, here's the support documentation, go to the system. They might tell us 1 or 2 audit adjustments. I'm used to having max 3. Anything over 3, I lose control and get angry. But when I walked in here, the reason we have that many, because that was that much error. So, to the point, a lot of these items are open because of that. The goal is to get past these open items. Then redefine what the processes are. Now, as a point of interest, PB mayors have not reported on 17 yet, and I want to sit down because they really do need to get that delivered to you so you can hear those things, particularly in the communication to governors. But as a point of reference, there was a slight, not a big improvement, but an eeny, beeny, beeny, weeny one, and the enterprise fund, the Hopewell Water Renewal. That had a lot to do with the current staff right now listening to us and my team, working with us to come up with enough evidence and support that the auditor could, at a minimum, speak a little bit better to that. But the sewer and the others are still out. So as we're moving along, although it's, it is taking a while, as we're moving along, the staff that is new, because a lot of the staff in that area over there is not the same staff. They're very receptive to the training. They're very receptive to what we found. But the bottom line is, all we've been able to do is just to get in and grab the data, get that general ledger straight for a full year, look where the support documentation, work with the treasurer for cash recons, and say, here it is, Mr. and Mrs. Auditor, go for it. And anything they push back to us, we take care of and hand it back to them. And after that, we basically have been looking at what are the common denominators, what are the things that we need to have. I'm thankful we have the IT director. She's very instrumental in helping me strategize and talking with Munis where we want to do automated recons, automated between the departments as well as the cash recons. But that's after these reports. That's within the last 6 or 7 months. So you have to put everything in perspective. And the perspective is, we better get 18 done because you can't get to 18 to 19 until you do 18. And the same people that are required to do 18 and 19 are the people that we're going to have to require to help map out the processes to correct. And I believe city manager has, I believe Ms. Pelham, you issued a series of questions. We gave him information and hopefully it's in your packet. But that's where we are. In order to get to the point of where we can have what I consider uniform policies that will eliminate things like when to close, monthly close, reconciliations, then we will get there. Now, in the interim, I will say this, and then I'm going to sit down. This year, with the new IT director, we have met
You gotta talk in the mic, because the TV can't hear you.
4 times. And why did we meet? The first time when she came in, because I had a mirror image of her professional in her other place of employment. I knew she was a Munis IT guru, and I leveraged off of that where I was before. So we talked about what are good closing procedures, which gets into the reconciliation and material weaknesses. We talked about how come we're 5 upgrades behind. How in the world can that happen with a brand new system? So we know we got glitches. And we talked about the finance staff not knowing the process that they need to go through every month and working with the departments, particularly the enterprise fund, to say these are the things you need to do. After she and I made that discussion, we met with my staff and we reached out to some of the other departments. And we've set a plan, and it's not formal, but we've been making changes. That's why you had a very smooth year-end close. And on July 1, everybody had that budget. All POs were in place. Nothing was missing. And you're going to have that excellence, but we haven't documented it, and we don't have the opportunity to say, here's what we've done. The only thing we do is basically make sure that you know where we are in catching up on the 3 priorities, which is the CAFR report. But the evidence is this year, when we closed with the new IT director and the entire staff, including finance and all the departments, social services included, bless God, we closed well. Now, what they'll find in the audit is a different thing, but there were no loose ends. And the budget was loaded as you approved it, and it's been verified. So if the auditor want to test your resolution to what's been the first column, done. Those are the excellent standards that we have, that we're putting in place, but we have not had the time because the focus is on getting the rest of the audits current. So I hope, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Terry,
Excuse me 1 second, Council Pelham still has the floor.
I still
Wait, no,
have
you still have the floor. I'm sorry. She had her light on, I'm so sorry.
That's all right, I'm gonna finish up.
No, you're good, you're good. I'm sorry.
But, Mr. Terry, a couple of questions. As I hear what you're saying, I think you're indicating to us that there will be no process reconciliation in your area of expertise in guiding us until we finish 18 and 19, which is due at November 30th. And then you indicate to us that we then will do the process reconciliation with all departments so that everybody knows. Is that correct? Am I hearing you?
Yes, ma'am. The
Okay.
bottom line is,
I gotcha. I
Yeah,
just want
that's
to
just the bottom
clarify
line,
that what I
yeah.
heard was what I heard.
yeah,
And are we still on target for 18 to be done in August, September, October?
we're on target, but if we meet something that we didn't
Is
expect,
there any area that has not met the expectations? I haven't looked at the monthly report that you've given us recently.
no,
So everybody's up to date and where they need to be in feeding you information to complete the 2018 report as of today,
as of today.
okay?
Okay, and that's the same thing when we started with 16, but as we move forward, we will run into something. And we just found out an issue here recently where not all the munis was implemented,
Right,
which was the payroll. And so we've determined that we have to do a full year's worth of allocation of payroll costs across the board. That's new for us.
okay,
That just came up.
okay.
So again,
But you'll give us additional
We'll
information
we'll
on
update
our
you.
next,
We'll update
before
you.
the next meeting.
yes, we'll update you in the
Last
report.
question for you. In your experience as a municipal finance person, what is the normal annual cost for a city of our size for audits? Just
Ooh.
guesstimate.
No, I don't like to do guesstimates.
Well, you're finance, I know you don't.
I don't like to do
still.
guesstimates.
I'm trying to give everybody an understanding of what the normal
But the
cost
normal,
would
let
be.
me put it this way. Let me
Yes,
say
sir.
it this way. I'll give you a number,
Okay,
okay?
yep,
I would say, because the way you asked the question, I'm thinking Fairfax,
no,
Richmond,
Our size.
Alexandria. Okay. So for a city this size and the funds that we have, I would say around 125, 150. If you look
I'm
at,
getting a nod from one of the auditors.
yeah,
I just want to put it in perspective for everybody
Yeah.
as to how deeply out of whack we were and
Right.
what that has cost us, because we've had no choice but to dig ourselves out of this. So I just wanted to get everybody on the same page as to how much we spent and why that spending has been so much. Thank you. I'm done.
Council Pelham.
So even the cash reconciliation's up to date with us as well as the school board?
I can't answer that. You have to ask the treasurer right now.
Okay, and can we, she can come late in a minute, why can't we simultaneously get cash reconciliations done while the audit is being done? Okay, second question. Does the staff have the capabilities and technical skills to correct the
Miss-
material weakness in this internal audit
Ms.
controls over and
I'm
over? and
sorry.
over?
I owe you an apology. I can't answer that question because I know the treasurer's gonna turn around and say, Mike, help, bring me back. I apologize, because I was thinking you were asking a question about the reconciliation. That's what's going on now. The treasurer's office is bringing current the reconciliations
Right,
while we're working on the audit. So as we're coming up through 18, we've received all of that information, so they should be in the process, and she can address where they are in the status for 19. So yes, while we are coming up, the treasurer is actually bringing the current reconciliation up to date, but she can tell you where we are with that.
so she doesn't control the departments though, so who encourages them to do what they need to do? Like the school board?
Oh, well,
Since
then
they
I
were
have to
18
separate
years
from that
behind.
one,
They
ma'am.
were 18 months behind at one
I have
time.
to turn to the
Not
city
us.
manager on that one.
Somebody, I mean, the cash is important, right?
I think what is proper, cause school departments, they've been working great with us. So I don't wanna leave anybody with a wrong impression.
Right.
Here's what, again, the treasurer needs to come up and help me out here. But here's what the issue is that
I know why y'all.
the schools have a different accounting system, if you call it that, and they have a different process. They're not on Munis.
They need to be.
And so they are using a different way of recording information and then transmitting that information to the treasurer. If schools was on Munis, then you would have the ability to have automated recons between the two. And I would also, or the finance department, we would be able to see more of the activity throughout the year and help the treasurer and point out some issues to schools.
We
Okay?
can make that happen, right?
So
Right.
I think to be fair to the schools, they are very responsive to us. We've had a few bumps, but it's because they've had some issues like we have, where they couldn't get to stuff for turnover and transition and things like that. But it would be unfair to say that, we need to have muscle on them. I don't think that's the right way to go.
I didn't say
I think
muscle.
they're
I was
just,
saying,
they're using another kind of system. When they send the information to the treasurer, talk about it, but I know that they have to really deal with getting it and figuring out how to handle it. We're getting a little bit more into it now because we've learned some lessons on 16 and 17, and we're trying to help out schools expedite 18. So we're moving into that area, but I wanted to, I just
don't go
think it's-
anywhere while she answers. You can sit front too.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere.
Well, to answer your question, we
Don't go
are.
anywhere, Mr. Jerry, you don't have to walk
Oh,
back up
we
here.
are, we set a goal last year that when we got to fiscal year 2020, we were gonna try to close our sales on Thursdays. My CPA's in the back, and we just made an offer to a young lady who accepted, who is going to be his replacement. He's now full-time, he was part-time, and now we have another part-time MBA with significant experience who's starting on Wednesday morning. So we set a goal, we are going to be closing our sales on Thursdays, going through and pretending like it's the end of the year. Every Thursday is the end of the year for us. One of the things that I found that I'm acting on ASAP is reporting. Munis does a great job of reporting. We just haven't used it to the best of its ability. I think there's a fear that if you report something and it's not 100% accurate internally, somebody's gonna say, you're bad, you did something wrong. You've gotta get away from that culture. We gotta be able to look at a report, and if there's an error, that's your time to reconcile. That's your time to fix it. That's your time to prepare something better so that next week you don't put that same entry in incorrectly. So there's a group of people in this room, I'm not gonna call them out, but they're helping our group do a project right now to look at the money that we have coming into that cashier's window and quickly deciding within 3 weeks of this fiscal year 2020, is it going to the correct place? If it's not, let's not put it in miscellaneous. I think miscellaneous has been a big reason why a lot of the reconciliations couldn't happen timely. It's hard to remember why something is miscellaneous 365 days later or 2 years later.
Amen.
When you have transition and people moving and amnesia, whatever. So we're going to every month develop some type of report from the treasurer's office, just like I've been trying to send to you guys and reminding you to look at it, that this is what hit miscellaneous, and should it be somewhere else? Let's fix it. Let's not wait a year, wait for the auditors to come and tell us that it was not in the right place. And Joe, I think you are up to, you're pretty current on your recons. The balance of last year is what sets the starting point for this year. So in reality, you can't do a pure, clean reconciliation until you have a new starting balance. But we're doing everything in between. So we're just kind of starting with a generic base, and then Joe is going through doing all the processes if he had a beginning base. But we really can't do a fiscal year 19 until you have a correct balance for 18. And you can't have a correct balance for 18 until you have a solid 17. So it kind of works like that. Any other questions? Thanks.
Mr. Cherry, I told you to stay up here. On page 112 in the fiscal year 16, whatever. Page 112 in fiscal year 16. We always have the 10-year spread of you drop a year and then you go forth another year, correct? Every time you do the changes in that position last 10 fiscal years. It's on page 112. After tab 6,
Are you on 16 or 17?
I'm just using this one for,
16?
yes, tab 6, page 112. And this particular tab always tells us what our last 10-year status has been. And for fiscal year 16, we operated with a negative balance coming forth every year. Can you explain to the audience how we can continually do that? And when will that catch up with us? If something, what has to happen to make us get in the black?
Okay. Yeah.
Can I have some clarification to help him out, maybe just real quickly? When you're looking at that page,
It's talking about,
are you looking at the very bottom?
yes,
This says total primary government. So that number is just showing, that table starts with expenses at the top,
right.
and then it shows program revenues.
Yeah, why y'all do that? And all the rest of me is revenues first and then expenditures.
It's a GASB thing.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
It's
but
crazy.
That's the
It
way
is.
to do it. I agree. And then charges for services, and you get this net number. If you flip to the next page,
Okay.
so 113, and try to maybe look at the chart like this, then you'll get to the rest of your general fund revenues, your tax revenues, property taxes, sales tax, things of that nature. That's where the rest of the money comes from. So
Okay.
you're starting with a net expenditure, and then it shows you where you get the rest of your funds.
So in fiscal year 16, we ended up with $40 million to the good with our balance for fiscal year 17. Is that what that means?
At the very bottom of page 113,
yes. Yeah. That's what that means?
that means that is,
It's in there.
yeah, that's your net
43.
position.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, so,
And I don't know where it is that,
So,
Okay.
so Mrs. Pelham, what that simply means when we say net position, so that everybody understands, is that your revenues, your expenses added together based on your beginning amount, then that's what you ended up with at the end. So that's what that's talking about.
okay, and with the CFA, does the schools already know what they have to do for 17 to get, are they also working on what they need to do to get that straight, that report in?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, as far as, they know the process, we're working very closely with them, telling
Will
them
they
what.
have a new accountant, will she be familiar with what to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And, so I was asking that question, do you feel now that the staff has the capabilities and technical skills to correct the weaknesses in all our internal controls and to get everything straight before we go on? I don't see how you cannot correct how you're doing things because you're gonna get the same findings for 18 and 19. If you never teach people how to do it differently, how are you gonna get a different result? I know you said you talked to some departments and they're giving you that feedback, but how you get a different result if you're doing the same thing?
If I understand your question, and maybe that's it, I don't understand it, I can tell you what I believe you're asking. Currently now, all departments interfacing with my department, if we earmark something or a process or a transaction that's incorrect, we communicate it then. Has nothing to do with the audit process. That's in the white paper, the one that I issued into July 1st, 2019. Current operations are being addressed. Corrections are being made real time. Oftentimes, though, it's not documented formally so we can come back to council. And I'll use the best example real time right now. We just, because we moved up on 18, when the payroll portion of Munis was implemented, it was implemented around 17. It didn't happen when we first came up. We were using the old payroll system. And the old payroll system, way they, what you might call all of the health costs and whatever was done was different. And so staff did not know that they had to do a certain amount of allocation out. So when we implemented Munis and we were signing off on the payroll part in September, now that we got to 18 and we started looking at some of the financial information, we noticed that the expenditures were not okay. So we investigated, this is within the last 2.5 weeks. We investigated that, got on the phone, worked with Munis and staff, and we're gonna have that process automated. But in the meantime, to make the corrections, when I say automated, so that for this fiscal year that we started this new budget, that will be corrected. But for 18 audit and for 19 audit, we're doing the adjustments to the books because none of that was done. Because nobody knew that that particular process was not actually fully implemented when they did the implementation of the payroll section. So until we got to 18 and started looking at it, we didn't know it was off. So we're making the necessary adjustments and analysis so that when we provide the books to the auditor, they will be able to test that. My point is, for 20, where we are right now, we made the change so that the system would do it, and we are working with staff to make sure they know how to do that. So that's one I can think of, that we're not waiting to the end of the audit, that we have actually stepped into to do. But you will find that being an issue in maybe in 18 and 19 if they want to cite it.
No, I hope they will.
Okay?
Do they, so you said document formally. Now, have everyone stopped putting everything in miscellaneous like the treasurer suggested? Has everyone stopped, or is who puts stuff, the departments in miscellaneous? I guess it sounds like the auditors could never find documentation because some things were put in miscellaneous and not numbered the way they should have been. So our department's instructed not to put general stuff into miscellaneous just for whatever reason, and number it accordingly or make some line item for it or whatever.
Okay. When you implement a new system, and if you do it right, when you roll out,
every department in that organization gets something which they call a chart of accounts, account codes and whatever. You have training sessions to say, this is what you use to do a revenue, this is what you use for expenses, this is what you use to make deposits and where to record that.
Makes sense.
That's done in the entire organization. If that wasn't done comprehensively, and the reason I know it wasn't because I can't put my hands on any master document that says, here's where we train people how to use the account controls or the deposit controls to put things in. Oftentimes, when that isn't done universal, and I'm only telling you that because I've done 5 or 6 major implementations, is the default is miscellaneous. Now, is that bad? Yes. But the problem is, I hope folk can hear, people did the best they could to get the system in, to keep going, to pay the bills, to get whatever, but it wasn't planned out well and it wasn't pulled off well. And so some of the stuff that the treasurer gets from anywhere, people don't know what code to use. I believe we had a question about a week ago from economic development there, and they asked about a code. And we had to send some help to get the right code. The treasurer was simply putting it where they had always put it. So that's a part of what we try to do currently, but you can't do all of that until you get caught up. And I didn't know how to answer that question otherwise than let you know that if it was done right, the codes would be used and the deposits would be done correctly. If you don't have that in place, you got to train everybody. Everybody. Fire, everybody's got to know what codes to use when they come to the cashier.
Well, is it possible to do, after 18 is done, to do an interim break and get everyone on the same sheet of music for 2 or 3 months before you try 19, because it's not going to be due until November? I mean, would that be feasible, so maybe we can get a more perfect audit with 3 findings like you used to having? So they got to get trained some kind of way.
If you do that, then you're going to be off for your 20. Because see, the understanding that you're having, and I'm going to try to help walk in the understanding that is best for the organization. If we can get current on 18 and get that out the way, if you notice that we've reduced the time, 16 took us longer, because we were told 16 was ready to go when I got here. That's what I was told. It was all done, everything was balanced, boom. And we pulled the hood up underneath the car, was no engine in there. Okay? So we had to start building an engine. And once we built that puppy, started up, we got it rolling. But it took us a little longer. It took us over 9 months.
How long did it take you for the next one, 17?
I believe I documented it was about 7 in terms of the time frame of the plan.
And so 18 is on schedule to finish in how many months would
Well,
that be?
the piece that you're missing is we've been working on some of the 18 starting back in May.
Right, I know, but
Okay, so what we're believing for and hoping for is to push to get this out the door, just like we've got it posted. Once we do that,
October, November, December.
and once we move towards 19, the goal has always been that once we get 18, we're going to start looking at even if it's small areas or a couple of areas where we can make the changes and do formal training.
And so, and that would, I would imagine, would be in wastewater, Beacon, those places that you couldn't, the auditors say they couldn't even audit those areas. So how you get those?
Okay, so I'll give you, I'll give you
Can
the,
I interject for 1 second? You can continue with your questioning, but we have 15 minutes before this meeting adjourns.
okay, so,
And we have the 17 to do, other people have their lights on, we do have other guests here. So I'm fine with staying until we get all our questions, but you guys, I started off the meeting asking, did you want to extend the deadline for this very reason? And we're only on 16.
can I,
So do you want to keep asking questions, or do you want to
I
extend
yield to
it?
the floor for someone else, but I do think we need to at least stay into 10. Or
Then make a motion to
10:30.
10:30, make a motion.
I will make a motion then to, we stay into 10:30, where we normally stay anyway.
Ms. Pelham,
She has a
I'm
motion on the floor, I'm sorry.
I'll sit down, but
Excuse me, Mr. Terry, she does have a motion on the floor.
I'm
Let's see
sorry.
within 1 second, and then if they don't, you can follow up.
So that's my motion, to stay into 10:30, so we can at least finish
Say what, it was
18.
Stay to
10:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Second. Any other discussion? There are no lights on. Roll call, please.
I think,
Roll call, please.
Discussion.
Oh, she has one.
I think before we vote that we're going to extend, we need to ask Mr. Terry. He was going to say something. I would like to hear what he was going to say.
He can finish his sentence, but as I said earlier, she had put a motion on the floor. So when there's a motion on the floor, everyone
But
has to.
that may tell us what we may need to know.
Unfortunately, she put a motion on the floor and it was seconded. So per the rules, we have to vote, and then he can finish his statement. So can you do roll call, please?
I'm sorry.
Counselor Pelham?
I mean,
Yes.
oh, I asked for a discussion, so if you wanna ask him your thing during discussion, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know,
Go right ahead.
she want, for her discussion, cause I did ask for a discussion, then you hit your light, I got your question now. Can you please answer the rest of Ms. Pelham's question briefly, so we can do the roll call, cause that was your question for discussion, to know how you can vote for this upcoming answer? You want him to finish his statement
I think
first?
Mr. Terry was getting ready to say something, and I just wanted to give him the opportunity to finish saying what he was trying to say.
He is going to, but is that going to
That's what
affect your vote?
That's all I want.
And I said he could, so my question is this going to affect if we're gonna stay till 10:30, cause there's a motion on the floor?
Whatever.
Roll call, please.
Wait, I wanted to hear what I thought.
No, he can, that's what I'm saying, we have a motion on the floor, and it was seconded, and I said after we vote, cause she has a question, then
So
you
we
can finish your
vote and then
statement.
find out.
Point of order, can I ask the attorney for clarity?
Yes,
Since there's a motion on the
please.
floor, it's always been that we stop discussion to take care of the motion. And I said to him, when we take care of that, he can go back and finish his statement, but there was a motion on the floor, and that's what we normally do. If I'm wrong, then I'll go back, but that's how we usually do it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Under normal circumstances, a motion that has been properly seconded, the debate that follows needs to be narrowly tailored to the actual motion that's before the body. The motion that was actually made by Councilor Pelham, excuse me, was in the nature of to fix the time to adjourn, specifically to 10:30. That's not a debatable motion, and so with the second, the vote can be taken. So at this point in time, how the chair wants to deal with the issue will control.
I would like to vote so we can know how much time we have left over. Either we have 10 minutes, 7 minutes, because the clock is ticking. So can we please do the roll call on to extend to 10:30?
Excuse me, Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
No.
Counselor Randolph?
Nope.
Counselor Holloway? I'll come back to her.
Reiterate the.
Yes, ma'am. The motion is to stay until 10:30.
So you can hear from, they have 17, we still do.
No.
Mayor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
No.
Motion fails.
So council, this meeting will end at 9:30. Mr. Terry, can you please finish addressing Councilor Pelham's question? I just need to, since there was a motion on the floor, to vote on it. Go ahead.
tomorrow, Wednesday, the staff from sewer, solid waste, all of those funds, are meeting with some of my CAFR team to do exactly what you're talking about now, to walk through a process as we're working through the numbers. So that's what we mean. When we get to the year that we're auditing, we're now in a position where we can start bringing staff in and work with them.
Yes.
So that's the process. And so we are going to be doing more of that on this
Very good.
18 audit.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
I had my light on before, anyone else. I think Council Randolph just hit her light. I was waiting for Council Plum to finish.
I'll yield.
I'll make it quick since we only have 10 minutes. I would like to ask the city attorney to look at state laws, statutes, and the city's charter and other rules and procedures that we have currently in place to address the audit findings to prevent a policy to council that will be under our purview to approve on behalf of the city, to address the internal policy for budget transfers, vendor procurement caps, and a threshold for bidding services, emergency waivers, voucher or purchases changes or change orders. The policy in place to address purchasing approvals and small purchases. To also address the reconciliation policy and which codes go for what account and the purpose of them. To address single source contracting and the agreement policies. To address year-end close policies. A munis restatement policy for the approval and documentation. Why? A debt management procedure policy. Background checks for vendors, third parties that address our financial statements or have access to our munis system. But munis, by the way, is our financial system. Policy for supporting records and documentation for expenditures and receivables. Segregation of duties and systems based off of the logical access controls, based off of what was reported in the audit as a finding. And to address, to create separate policies or to reiterate the charter, which says that no department or staff member can bind the city into anything without coming before council for approval. In regards to the purchasing policy that we have in place to lower those thresholds to meet the average amounts based off of surrounding localities. I think right now staff has $30,000 that they can spend on each purchase, and the average in the area is about $3,000. And to address the budget resolution for FY20, to correct budget transfers between departments and funds or any other means to adjust the budget without coming to council for approval, and a separate policy limiting budget transfers.
Mayor Gore, was that a motion?
No, I'm asking directly her to do that. The other thing I had, I know Councilor Randolph, I saw your lights. The other thing that I have, thank you again for coming, PB Mayors, and thank you for the detailed explanation of the CAFRs. We haven't gotten to 17. Councilor Randolph came over. She did call a special meeting on the 13th. I don't know your availability. We'll check with you offline if you're able to attend. If not, we'll have to figure out another way to address 17's CAFR with you. But thank you for staying here for as long as you did and doing what you have done so far. So we'll be in touch regarding that. I do have 2 questions for you regarding the audit. I know you said that we could not have certain funds be audited, and that's because you didn't receive documentation. So once you receive the documentation, you're gonna have to do a whole separate, you gotta do the audit again for those funds?
Yes.
For 16 and 17? And roughly what would that time frame be for you to probably complete something like that?
I really don't know. I mean, it's gonna be kind of based on the accuracy of the information that's provided to us. But when we think about, the balance sheet, we're gonna have to get comfortable, well, the income statement, the cash flow statements, we're gonna have to get comfortable with beginning and ending balances in order to opine on the change. And we were able to do a little bit of testing. We should be able to go back and look at some of those things. The big areas over those enterprise funds and the business type activities were really over the billings and the receivables. And so that's where a lot of our focus will have to be.
Thank you. You guys did. And I'll just ask for sake of time so Councilor Randolph can speak. Mr. City Manager, can you please come back, and sorry, Ms. City Attorney, can that be given back to Council by August 20th? And Mr. City Manager, by August 20th, since we don't have time to go through the departments that are here, the directors, if their department is cited in the audit to give a report out the same way Mr. Terry was asked to do about the findings, I know social services had a mention, and wastewater had a mention, in particular to see what the status of those items are until we can talk about this again, and to have that back on the 20th, and to ask the city attorney to follow up with that deadline as well. And the Beacon Theater, I asked for you to stay, so I don't want you to not get your question asked. Can you please come up to the podium in regards to the contract? Is anyone able to find the contract? Because I can point to council meetings in which I brought this up on the agenda for the city attorney then and staff, and we were told that all those have been addressed. And so she's doing the audit in 2019, she still can't get the documents, and either we weren't told correctly or we weren't told correctly.
Okay, now what exactly is your question?
Where are the contracts that were mentioned in the audit for the Beacon?
Are you talking about between my wife or Slap Productions and
The
the
contracts that she
LLC?
specifically mentioned in Beacon, so that's for the Beacon LLC and the management company, yes.
Right,
So it's been the management and the Beacon LLC, yes.
yeah, Slap Productions was brought in to manage, but at this time, and in the entire 4 years that we've been here, we do not have a contract.
You still don't have a contract
That is
today?
correct. We were brought in on March 12th, 2015. In April of 2016, we submitted an RFP. In May of 2016, that was accepted. We were asked to put together an agreement. We submitted it. It was never signed. That actually ran out in May of 2018. And we stayed because we
Who
want the
did you
Beacon
submit
to
it to?
succeed. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, she asked, who did you submit it to?
The
what you-
RFP went to the LLC,
The LLC?
correct.
We'll have to go back and check those out. But thank you, so right now you still don't have one.
That is correct.
And you were unable to produce, not you, but the LLC was unable to produce the finances for the audit to even be conducted based off of what I read in the report. So where are you guys at with getting the documentations for them to be able to do the audit? Is it the LLC that's responsible for that?
Well, it depends on the information that's required for the audit. If they need to see the contracts that we have with each of the bands, if they need to see the riders that we have with each of the artists that we bring in, if they need to see what it is that we supply in hospitality off of these riders, well, that information's still in the Beacon and the files that we have. That can be produced for every show that has been produced since 2015 when my wife and I arrived.
It's okay, because
So-
we're running out, thank you. So
Yeah.
I will ask the auditors, please give us a clear list of what you need for the Beacon Theater, so that way we can communicate that to them with the deadline to produce, since they are in our audit. And if, it doesn't look good on us if we don't have the information. So we'll follow up with you on that.
Very good.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for staying and answering that question. And we gotta look into, getting your contract. And the last thing I'll say is, Mr. Terry, the munis account, I'm asking I will direct this to you. Mr. City Manager, in the August 20th meeting as well, can you please tell us what software in Munis has not been implemented that we've purchased? I know that there's been certain, modules that go into financing to help certain people in terms of CSA, CPMT, reconciliations that have been purchased but not implemented and not executed for people to be able to use them. So can we get a list of what is in Munis that we purchased but haven't been executing? And make sure Councilor Randolph speaks. I'll cut my things when you speak.
You want him to come up and answer?
No, instead of having him answer, I was asking what you do.
You done?
Yeah, I have other notes, but I'll wait so you can say something too.
All I'm gonna say is, I think that, as the mayor already spoke, I have offered to, in my special meeting on the 13th, allow you all time to come and present 17, since you all are ready to present to us, if that works for you. If it doesn't, we'll have to work out. I'm concerned, with the amount of information that you've asked the city attorney for in that short a time. I hope she will let us know whether or not she can do that.
Do you think you can do it? Or prevent drafts or information regarding our ability to enforce policy?
Yeah, as I understood your directives, it's to create policies, not a policy that sort of outlines the implementation of the other policies that you specifically refer to. But if it was to create a policy for each of those subsections, I would not be able to do that.
Not to create policies for each of subsections, to recommend to us based off of state law for those particular audit findings,
Yes,
what we
ma'am.
have the authority to do per state statute or our charter. So in some instances, the existing policy may need minor amendments.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can do that with those policies, then yes, but if it requires you to make a new policy, come back and say you'll need more time to complete that.
Right,
process.
I can do that.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
and since I still have the floor, I'm gonna say that I would think that the city attorney would work with the city manager and finance to make sure that they have their input on what they can get done, not the law, because of course that's our city attorney. And I would hope that, when we start doing these things, that since council has talked about a few things that we wanted to implement with the beacon and the school systems and some other locations, that we would not be doing this through one person. We would all have our say-so in on it. Because I know I still have a lot of questions that haven't been answered, and I want to hear those answers. And I want to be able to understand fully what's going on from our administration and our finance, and what the anticipation is going to be for the resolution for some of these. So I hope that
Council,
we
your
will
meeting
get
is
the
over.
full report.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry the meeting has adjourned and it's 9:30 because it wasn't
There's a
extended.
motion, you have to.
We don't have to make a motion, it
The
automatically
meeting
stops.
ends on its own time.